What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? I thought I'd do an intro today, but I think we're going to just skip that and just go straight to it. Let's see. Is everything working? Looks like everything's working. You know, I'll play the intro anyway. Everybody shut up. That's good tea. Everybody give it a clank. Here you can hear me.
Oh, that's good intro music right there. The clink, clink, clink.
The clanking and the... Watch my fat ass walk away in the dark. How I like it.
You know what? I'm gonna allow you to get away with the my fat ass comment only because you've lost it at this point. So
What do you mean? What do you mean? So you wouldn't have let me get away with it when I had it and it was like legal tender to say it? Is that what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say I hate when people say like my fat ass or whatever, because it's always like
a skinny person.
there's nothing wrong with it, saying it and owning it, but I hate the way that people say it sometimes, where it's like that self-hatred just underneath the surface. It's like, no, you fucking own that shit. That is your ass, no matter what it is.
Well, you know what it is? You're allowed to hate your fat ass. That's how I see it. Because, I mean, it's your ass, right?
Yeah, fair. I
don't hate myself. I just hate my ass.
It's that classic thing with self-depreciating humor where I will self-depreciate all day long, but the moment that one of my chooms tries to self-depreciate themselves, I won't fucking stand for it. I will fight them.
He's gonna fight him.
Yeah, thick.
Your lower self's gonna fight my higher self because my higher self was picking on my own lower self. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and the lower self is gonna go all fucking chihuahua and bite the higher self's ankles. You better get fucking ready. You better be prepared to stomp me, because otherwise I'll gnaw my way up.
I've totally seen little chihuahuas take on big dogs. I've totally seen it.
Oh, I have too. Your higher self don't want to fuck with this.
Right? Even if just because it's like, I mean, it might just nibble you to death and it'd be so annoying.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, putting on my work pants. Yeah.
Fuck it, okay. Take them off. Everybody likes it when you're bottomless. I like bottomless parties.
I don't like it when I'm bottomless. I have don't have as much to do anymore.
Well, you know what I don't like about bottomless parties? You gotta put stuff on the furniture. That's all. That's the part that sucks.
We have a super chat from Spirit X Diesel, who seems to indicate that we are a goal.
I think he's making fun of me because that's
appreciate you.
Goal!
Goal! I'm not sure if you're still going or you cut out. What the? You know what? You're still going. It's better up here that way.
That was a good one.
You motherfucker.
Hey, I got to be in a good mood for something, right? All right. Looks like people are filling in. Thank you so much, Spirit X. I gave you the really good goal because you're a beautiful, beautiful creature, whatever you are. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Ask us a question. My God, you always pay for questions. You don't get nothing.
Yeah, ping me if you have a question you want to go with that, because...
Hell, ping Fleshy a dick pic or something. He'd probably like it.
Don't DM me those pictures. No, thank you.
Public space. Public space. Make sure.
Okay, publicly DM me dick pics? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Because we need to get a crowd consensus upon it. It's like, is that one that we want to sacrifice on the altar? I'm not sure.
Why not? Look, it's not your dick that's going out over the airwaves. Maybe they've got a nice, unit.
I mean, I don't know if I want to pursue this convo.
Come for the magic, stay for the comedy. That's how it is. Why? Do you know something I don't know? Is there something I should know about this person?
I'm just going to say I feel like that's a slippery slope that's going to lead to a lot of feelings of inadequacy for me, because I don't know about everybody else, but I'm rocking an angry inch.
Oh, man, Fleshy. We're going to have to find out. One day you're going to come over. We're going to hang out. I'm going to get you drunk, liquored up, give you a bath.
It's like, it's true. I never thought. Oh. I always thought it was jokes, but that looks like it's like somebody glued an acorn to the bottom of his torso.
Oh my God, we're doing so much gay chicken today. I don't know what it is. It must be like a mini Pride Day or something. I'm doing a lot of gay chicken today.
Yeah,
It's
fucking
nothing but love.
last night, everybody, you should know, I woke up at like 5 a.m. my time, and just with a couple pings on Discord, one of which is from DH here, and I click it, and it takes me to the general chat of our Discord, and there is a mountain of fucking text just between him and Jacques. And I'm
for
like, the
hour.
ping is nowhere in sight. I'm scrolling and I'm scrolling and I'm whipping my phone, and it's just going on its own, and I just keep whipping it, scrolling up. And like, fucking...
Dude, we were sharing pictures of hot cheese and everything. Like, we had like Saganaki, that Greek food, like the burning cheese. Like, oh man.
I know. I saw all of it for like a... And after like fucking 100 yards worth of messages, I finally get to like
a whole roll of toilet paper had to go.
Yeah, I finally get to the ping, and it's just you going like, something like checking in with the gay man of the server. Like,
yeah, because Eddie posted like the tranny thing. I'm like, are we all gay now? I don't know. I'm not judging. I just need to know because I'm new at this. I don't know how this works. Just say.
I meant to tell you about that, by the way, because I know you say it with no hate in your heart, but just
no, I really do. Really don't.
For people who don't know, most people I know that belong to that group don't like that term very much.
Oh, so, they don't. Oh.
Yeah, which is exactly why I'm saying it, because I know your heart is not filled with hate. Transgender or transsexual, however you...
Oh, that? No, okay, no. Okay, so here's the thing. I know that they're not necessarily... That I know. I didn't mean it like that. I was just making the broad spectacle joke. It was not meant like... I totally know what you're saying. No, I actually know what you're saying in that case.
Yeah.
I think the context was more like... Eddie and I were talking about something that was a little weird, and I wanted to make it awkward and uncomfortable. That's where it is. It wasn't a...
No, I got that. You don't got to explain. I figured since you said it, though, like, little PSA.
Intentional faux pas. Like, intentional faux pas. Like it was meant to be awkward. It was not meant... Yeah, no. But for real, like, everybody who... Like, that's why I put, like, later on this morning, I put, like, for all the newbies who don't know, like we're literally just an equal opportunity joke house in this... Make fun of the fact that I'm, like... let's not call it normal. Let's call it whatever the fuck I am, because I don't know, whatever y'all want to call it. So we make fun of everybody. So
exactly.
It's nothing
I'll
personal.
be the first to crack a fucking gay joke and shit.
Yeah, let's not make too many excuses for it, guys. If you don't see it as funny, you probably don't belong in this group, because quite honestly, we're very, very open and liberated in this community. My community, not the left. I'm done with that whole shit. My community, we're very liberated. And we make jokes, and we forgive, and we don't take shit unless it's meant to hurt. That's always an exception.
Yeah, that's the difference that I feel like. Granted, some things I feel like are just sensitive issues, and I understand, especially for people in different circumstances. But that's the thing that I really like about, like, between you and me in particular, is we know between ourselves when we say some shit just as a joke with like no hate in the heart. It's just like, let's laugh. I like telling people that. It's like, you can make any joke you want that you think is at my expense. If I laugh, then it was okay. If I don't laugh, we might have to have a talk, but otherwise we're good.
No, and it is one of those things, because growing up, I got teased relentlessly for certain things, usually a lot of things, to be honest with you. And I am actually not really good at polite ribbing, right? I don't like that. I never really enjoyed it. I don't like rank out contests because they tend to get hot. I don't know why, but they do. So it's like covering up the fucking like hot-bloodedness and putting it just in the closet, just beneath the surface, until waiting for it to boil over. I genuinely do not like it. I mean, a little bit is fine. I mean, there is a point it's fine, but like, I don't know if there's like, if I'm on the spectrum too much or what, but like, it bothers me, because I think what you just said is the key. I am so sensitive that I can tell when it was serious or when it was a joke. Now, a lot of people will act like it's a joke, and maybe they don't want me to take it seriously. Maybe they really do mean it to be funny, but they really think it, So it's like their way of venting something that bothers them about you. but it's not like they want you to change, but it is something that bothers them, and I pick up on that.
It's like that little dog whistle.
It's like a dog whistle, and it's kind of like if you ever played Mass Effect 2, and you have like the Solarians, they can't lie because they give off pheromones and shit, so they don't lie to each other. I'm like a Solarian, except you're all Solarians. So like I pick up on a lot of it, and it really drives me crazy.
Enthusiastic response. I, for one, loved the Mass Effect series.
Yeah, those dudes were. I'm playing through it again finally, and I'm like getting just stalled out on the first one. Like I guess it didn't age very well. It's good, but it's like.
No, the first one is a little dated as far as mechanics go, but I love the story. And hey, since we're talking about games, I finally beat Cyberpunk 2077, and I am, in honor of that, I am drinking a Johnny Silverhand tonight. And
how come you get to drink and I don't? What the hell?
Let me tell you, I think you need to play Cyberpunk 2077, specifically because me and CM Helnikainen the other night were gathering together to have a little book club about it. And
like we used to do with Mass Effect way back in the day, me and my friends.
Well, I'm saying, if nothing else, it was funny because it was me and him and my two normie friends, and the fucking magical shit that we went off on related to Cyberpunk 2077. I'm sure the other two were just sitting there like, okay, cool. But I would love to hear the discussion you two could have about the magical concepts and the idea of life and personhood and death as it relates to that game.
I would like to. I did like having that discussion with the Turing test, because to me that was a pretty cakewalky one, but I liked it. I mean, when I say cakewalk, I mean the philosophy behind it, because I'm already familiar with a lot of that existential consciousness, all that stuff. So it's really it was good for that. And yeah, I don't want to give anything away, but I chose team It's a Life, and it was defending itself, which I was on that team.
Yeah, I see it from all perspectives.
It's good
stuff.
stuff.
Like, whatever choice is made, I understand. But definitely, that is life.
So let's see here. We got a whole fuck ton of people in here, man.
Yeah, we do.
I think we're up to the Castlevania games. They just came out with that. Marion Eisenberg brought up. I've been playing through the Castlevania games. The only Castlevania I actually worship, like I like a lot of them. Don't misunderstand me when I say this. But the only one, the only one, yes, the only one that I will cross 8 lanes of busy, not even busy, like 90-mile-an-hour traffic to get to, is Symphony of the Night. I love that game. I played that game like 12 times all the way through. I've beaten it 100% every freaking time. Love it, love it, love it. One of my favorite, and it's the aesthetic is, to me, perfect. Like I love it. Like that like it just, that's it. Done. Like I can die with that game.
I have always meant to play Symphony of the Night, especially because, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's the one where they went through such meticulous planning to make the New Game Plus mode the entire map, but flipped 180 degrees and still perfectly playable. It's not even New Game
Plus. It's not even New Game Plus. It counts as one of the alternate endings.
Oh fuck! Okay.
So I don't. You know what? It's like a 24-year-old game, so I don't mind spoiling a little bit. Hopefully you don't mind too. You can beat the game, but if you don't do it right, you just feel like you bought it and you beat it and it's over. But if you get this one special item, it reveals that there's a hidden enemy that's actually behind everything, and you can do that. And
it was the higher self the whole time.
Then it flips the castle upside, because you realize there's 2 castles and they're connected in the tower, and it's like, oh shit, and you basically have to play through the whole game. It's a little bit easier because you're souped up, but the enemies are a lot more powerful, and it's a little easier puzzle wise, but man is it fucking good. And so yes, in a way you're right. You do kind of get it is, but it's not. I wouldn't call it New Game Plus. I would call it like,
fair.
It's like alternate ending plus, like, and it's like another like whatever number of hours to beat through that. It's worth it. Much harder, but it's good.
So we, I I'm happy everybody has indulged us. We're just fucking ranting about games and shit because we love them. But also,
sure.
This is a Q&A stream. For those of you new, if this is your first time, let us know. We'd love to say hi. And for everybody else who's here on the regular, pop a question into the chat. Try to tag @Yepsen, YEPSEN, or put it in all caps so it's easier for us to eyeball it from this distance away with failing eyes, and we will answer your questions.
You say failing like there's still anywhere I can go with these, like they can get worse. I don't know, like, I'm like Bubbles, dude. I'm like Bubbles from freaking, yeah, I really am. I'm just like Bubbles.
No, I get it, dude. I technically have 2020, and I feel like I have to go like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, that's why you do control scroll. Control scroll will get you through.
Yeah, but I don't like having less information on the screen. I do it with certain things, but I'm just. I'm
like that too about a lot of things. Like I don't need to know it all, but I want it all anyway. Yeah.
Well, it's just like. It's like when I'm reading messages, I like being able to read from, way the fuck back here in a recliner, but I just, I don't like just DH Thorne taking up the whole window. I want to see the other people too.
Wait a minute. You don't want to just stare at my beautiful darkness?
You know what it's like? I get so used to the feeling of being a part of the higher self and seeing all these different characters interacting that I don't want to limit my perspective to just one when I'm in this digital mindset.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, you're looking forward to being the Hydra. That's what you're looking forward to being.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Yeah. So Nina the Mystic's talking about trolls she had. That sucks. That really sucks.
Oh, really sucks. Especially the manner of trolling. That's,
yeah.
God, fucking Jesus, people.
Luckily that doesn't, I mean, as long as you get rid of them, I don't think that'll affect you if you don't get rid of them, but it's good you got rid of them. That really sucks. And, people are just dumb. They're really just dumb. There's so much dumb right now on the internet. It's like, I get it. It's fun.
I don't know what you're talking about. This week has been completely uninteresting.
Totally uninteresting. Totally uninteresting. Completely fine. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. We're all on fire. It's fine. Yeah, no, I mean, it's, I don't want to get into those other things, but turn off your fucking, with the exception of watching my streams and stuff, of course. Turn off your fucking computer and social media for a few days, guys. Really? I mean, come on. It needs to happen.
It's good for the mind. It's good for the soul.
I forget how I even found out Facebook was down. I forget who told me, because I wouldn't have known. And
same.
But the funny thing was, as soon as I found out, like, I ignored it, but then once it came back up, like, I went right to post something like an asshole. So
So we have two questions just came in. I'm gonna hit up one of them first, because even though it came later, because I think it's a quick question. Dice Controller 187 asks, have any of you used Limitless Liberations products, and how exactly? As a matter of fact, not to plug, but to plug, DH Thorne has products through her.
I mean, who asked that? Dice?
Yeah, Dice Controller.
Dice, have you ever seen a picture of my altar? If you've seen a picture of my altar, you know what her work is like. She made my altar top. She's also plugged in the description, if you look. Elena is one of the few people that I will plug that's not officially affiliated with my work. She's been a friend of me and this channel. I've got products of hers all over the place. Now, that doesn't mean that every product is my favorite thing. I have, certain preferences, but she does really good work. So this is actually like a glow-in-the-dark Legion thing. It's got a Legion eye in the middle. It's got all the sigils of all the different, shadow spirits in it. She sends me this stuff all the time whenever she comes up with something new. And, I give her my feedback and she releases it. And she is also the only person on the planet, besides my wife, who is licensed, more or less unofficially, but in writing, to produce anything that I have created. So my Trinity of Self crystal balls, she makes them for me and I touch them up and send them out. She'll put my sigils in her stuff. So if you want a Trinity of Self altar top, I and another person have one. And She gave it to me, of course, at a really big discount because it's my own thing, but she'll make one, like she made one that was out of this beautiful wood, and then she inlaid the Trinity of Self on it. Fantastic. And she probably does custom work for you too. So my wife has more than a few pieces from her. So honestly, like, you know, if I was at a point where I could make an official corporation out of things, I'd want to merge with her. Like she's good people. She's one of the few people I trust in the community. She's never let me down. She's never done bad work. And absolutely, like, I guess the highest endorsement that I could possibly give to someone, you know, who does work besides my wife and me and people directly connected to me. So, I guess she'd be like a surrogate sister or some kind of crap. She's good people. So Elena runs Limitless Liberation. Link is in the description below mine. It's somewhere on there. Maybe someone can put it up, but, good people, really good freaking people.
Yeah. So, and she, like, not even because she's connected or anything, and same goes to Camilla. Like, as a craftsperson, I am just fucking in awe of what they do, especially like as a woodworker in particular, the wood products that Elena puts out. Like, fuck, okay, I gotta step up my game then. Jesus. Like, it's impressive.
Thank you, Camilla. I'm gonna put it up. I'll put one of yours up. I'm gonna do it random. I'll do that. Man, everybody's putting it up. I'm a pin. Wait, did I delete it? No, I didn't. Why is it? Where'd it go? It's pinned. I don't know. It's not showing up. Oh, there it is. So it's gonna be pinned for a little bit. If you guys want to check out her thing, the good news is if you buy anything with my symbolism on it, she gives me a percentage of it. So if you want to support me, that's another way you can do it. Hey, but if not, I'm perfectly happy if you just buy something from her. She's good people.
And you know, the second part of that question, I don't think we answered. How would you go about using those types of products?
Oh, that really depends on what it is. I mean, that's a big question.
Because I know one of the main things she focuses on is the pyramids dedicated to different spirits, and then of course you have your Trinity of Self altar top piece, which that if you have the Become the Maelstrom book, I think it's pretty self-explanatory, or it explains in there exactly how you would use that.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it really depends on what it is. A lot of them are good for idols, ornamentals, aesthetic. They're not actually orgone, you know, like if you know what orgonite is, an orgone, that's not what she's making. But they are ornamental. They're really good as offerings to spirits. Like you buy one for Belial and you make it an offering for him, or you make it an idol for him, make offerings unto it like it's his house, you know, that kind of thing. That's really good, what you can use that for, of course.
So, woo! Satan just subscribed. We're on the right path, brother.
What happened? Oh, it popped up. I never look at that screen anymore. We got a subber? Nice.
Yeah, Satan just subscribed to us. Fuck yeah, dude. Doing it right.
I don't do the Hail Satan thing, but I will say, fuck yes. Thank you.
You know what? He might not, but I'll fucking do it because I love saying it. Fucking Hail Satan.
That's right. Hail Satan. Where's my Christian hat? Give me my Christian hat.
Oh, Lord, I apologize. Jesus.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
You know what? If you gotta hail somebody, then hail Satan.
Hail thyself, guys. Hail thyself.
Hail me.
Yeah, hail me. Hail yourself. Don't even hail me. Fuck that.
I'm setting up a reference.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Oh, my fucking goddamn it, CM. I hate that I focus on CM's comments, but he gets my sense of humor. DH, you don't need to corporatize yourself. You can do a sole proprietorship, no income tax, accounting life.
Hold up. I'm already sole. What? How come I still have to pay income tax, bro? DM me on all of the wisdom and knowledge, because there must be some arcane art that I don't know. So DM me that shit, because I want my damn money back, because last I checked, the government has been like taking it out of my ass in other ways. So send me them deets, because I need to know how to up the irons for fucking, you know, the government right now. The government is not mine. I have no country. I have no people. My beautiful Kekistan is gone.
I also had a totally dyslexic moment. I thought the proprietorship part was a pun for porpoise because of the blowhole thing. So we have a second question. This one actually came earlier, and this one comes from Eden Garden. Please explain the hypnagogic state.
All right, so you're talking about that state between wake and sleep. And that's an interesting state. I actually love to edge that state, if that makes sense. When I go to sleep at night, I'm not saying I'm good at it anymore, but when I was younger, I really got good at edging that hypnagogic state where I could actually really start to see things. Like I'd close my eyes and I'd lay there and I'd try to visualize stuff, and I would look at the patterns behind my eyes, and I'd try to, then sooner or later, like weird shit would happen and I'd still be awake. It's basically like a lucid dream. It's sort of like a lucid dream. Now, I don't have any techniques for it. I can't say much more than that. But it's a very powerful state of consciousness if you can get it. And it's a lot of fun, and it's very calming and very fun. It's just good shit. There's literally, I can't say anything negative about it. I can't. Except for like when you're like, you know, just watched a horror movie and the first thing that pops in your head is like a monster or something, I guess, maybe, but yeah.
Yeah, then that's fucking brutal. I'm sorry, kid. Is my typing coming through?
No, that's my wife's typing.
Okay, shit. I thought there was a delay or something. I'm like, my mic is muted. What the fuck?
No, she and I both like really loud mechanical keyboards, so.
No, I get it. I would absolutely have one right now, but I type loud enough as is where my downstairs neighbor probably thinks there's a constant earthquake when I'm on my PC.
Oh, okay. No, I definitely know what edging is, Mr. Eddie Romanoff. I definitely do. That is when you are standing on the edge of a building and you're about to just reach a climax of just energy, and you're about to just jump off and come crashing down to earth, and that's edging.
And you normally have a pretty silly face on when it's happening.
Yeah, it's a little bit like when you're jizzing, but you're not there yet. All right. Yeah.
Really is a frat party when I'm on.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It really is. You make it so much worse. Like, people don't know. Like, I'm a total chameleon. If I'm with other people, like, okay, here's a perfect example. My wife and I go to dinner last night. My wife is loud and boisterous, and I'm just like, yeah, so what do you want to do later? Blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm totally, like, you know, mumbly and quiet and totally my normal self. But when I'm on with you, I'm just like, I'm just like a total asshole every fucking time. I have no friends, that's why. I have no friends.
I bring it out in you. I bring out that state, for better or for worse. I see it as a kind of purge that needs to occur within you.
It's like edging.
It's like edging.
It's like edging.
Yeah, I won't let you get to the blowhole until the very end of the...
I've been seeing a lot of fucking dolphins. People are trying to bring it out of me, and you know, super chats can bring out the dolphin in me, but I'm not doing it tonight because dolphins are assholes. I've been reading up on what dolphins do, and they're like, I don't even want to say the things that they do. I'm gonna get demonetized for what they do.
Dolphins. What you know how the flavors of Kool-Aid? Like there's the red and there's the grape. Dolphins purple drink people. And each other.
Dolphins grape where the G is silent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dolphins are really fucked up, dude.
Like they will gang grape dolphins. Like they will, like, you've got, like, you know, one female, and they'll slap the thing around and freaking, like, totally, like, you know, oh yeah, like all fucking for like a week. Like, it's horrible what they'll do.
Yeah, no, they're fucking atrocious, dude.
Dude, there's even one kind that...
This is the fun.
When it's two boys,
how do we dance around the YouTube thing?
When it's two boys, because they're different and they don't have that, the things that, yeah, instead of doing that or even that, they go in the damn blowhole. Yeah, guys, they go in the blowhole. It's fucked up as hell.
Oh, I love nasal.
I know, great. I know, Sebastian. This is how we get. This is shadow stuff coming out. See, we're getting out all of the. We're getting all of the weird shit out. Yeah. No, but for real, look it up. I mean, you know what? You know when they have dolphin-safe cans of tuna? You're like, no, give me the ones with dolphin in it, motherfucker. Because
fuck those fuckers. Literally.
So we can be serious. If you're new here, we can be very serious and talk about magic, and we will. But you know, we love to have a lot of fun too, because I've been very serious this week. Most of my live streams this week have been very serious about current events and everything else, and we need to have some fun, and we need to talk about some things that are fun.
Absolutely. And if you're taking your practice absolutely fucking seriously, may I suggest that you gotta have fun with it too. If there's no fun allowed, life is not about just one fucking genre, one fucking speed all the time. You gotta be able to exist within all the realms. So this is us purging the fun.
It's exactly, you know, we gotta invoke Dionysus here a little bit, and you know, we gotta do that because we gotta have a little bit of fun.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Shut up, I don't have any. I gotta go out in the kitchen and get it. I have some nice 151 rum, and I can't even have it because like it's only out there, and my wife doesn't love me enough to get it for me. She probably won't put enough in there anyway. That'll make me sweat. But no, if you guys haven't seen it, there's a video of a chimpanzee doing unspeakable evil to a frog. It's basically Kermit the Frog's worst nightmare, or maybe his best dream. I don't know. It's horrible and hilarious. It's so morbidly funny bad. It's like I can't even.
It's the type. I hate that I know exactly what video you're talking about, and it's
the
the
little
kind
legs flopping up and down. It's just
it's the kind of thing where you already have to be a little bit fucking fucked up to be able to laugh at it, but it's the kind of thing that you have to laugh at, because otherwise you will fucking cry and just have an existential crisis.
So there's a video of a dolphin doing the equivalent, I forget to what, but it's the equivalent of that with some other poor innocent. No, honey, if I need a soda to go with that. I mean, if you want to get me a soda, I might be persuaded to have that. But you know.
Oh, after you just talked her into it too.
Dude, you know I have the power. And she loves me.
Camilla,
You know.
Camilla is such a sweetheart.
Don't flash the bot on the cam, because they get a little weird about that. Miss Wojcicki. How are we supposed to pronounce that, Flushy? You seem to know. How are we supposed to pronounce that?
I don't know, but it's like I said, the moment that I will know when we pronounce it right.
Wojcicki.
When we pronounce it right,
we
will have total control of YouTube, because we will have true named her.
I think. Oh, that's why I said Jizki. It's gonna have jizz in it somewhere.
Ooh, okay. You know what? So here's a question, and I know you've talked about this before, but from Phoenix Prism asks, I'd like to hear your opinion about chaos magic sometime. I'm interested in chaos and Lovecraftian magic. Also, have you seen the Ride Wife Life ASMR. Good meme?
The what meme?
The Ride Wife Life Good meme.
I have no idea.
I think I know what they're referring to, but I'm gonna look it up and I'll put it on camera if I find it and it's okay to post.
Yeah, so my wife says it's Wojcicki, so it's Wojcicki from now on. That's it.
Then
somebody email her and tell her it's Wojcicki.
I'm sorry, Camilla. I'm sure that you. I'll test the YouTube power real quick. I feel like I'm not calling you dumb or anything like that. Don't get me misunderstood.
She'll fight you.
I don't. We don't seem to have control over YouTube yet, so it must not be her true name.
It'll take a long time for her to get there, because she won't fly. So you got time to prepare, but she's gonna fight you if you keep going against her will. All right, so numero umbro. I am not an expert on any other form of magic other than my own. So whatever I say here is not meant to be definitive. It is just my opinion. And it is an opinion that is formed out of not a lot of intentional experience with these systems that call themselves chaos magic. Chaos magic is a very fascinating system. My only issue with it is that it gets twisted into things which I'm not even going to say that they're problems. Honestly, practice it how you wish, but it isn't really about chaos itself. Okay? It's not, I mean, it is, but it isn't. Chaos magic is, I mean, like, I don't want to get too far into it, honestly, because there's no dogma in it. Like, there's no dogma in it. It's really just a pattern of magical theory. So there's no, it doesn't even have a cosmology, really. It doesn't tell you what the universe is. It doesn't tell you why this works. It literally just says that if you send an intention behind, through, and beyond your conscious by reaching a gnosis state in ritual, whether it be a complicated ritual or literally beating off on a sigil, if you reach this gnosis state and insert an intention into that open window, then the universe responds. Okay? As Eddie said, it has more to do with chaos theory, although I probably would disagree with that a little bit because its origins are before what we know of as chaos theory. The origins of it are prior to that. And here's the deal that I think, and I could be wrong, but this is what my understanding is. Because I practice a form, I mean, you could argue that what I do is a kind of chaos magic.
Yeah, from the chaos magician's perspective, all things are chaos magic.
Mm-hmm. True. And I would definitely say that some of my eclectic tendencies lean towards that. And especially my newer book is going to really lean heavily into that. So it may actually be, I hope I'm not just rewriting chaos magic. I really hope I'm not. Because I might be. The understanding is this, okay? You don't technically have to master the transcendental, meditations and tantric practices and all of that stuff to practice magic. And let us be clear that most of the magical styles that exist today that are not the chaos style are some form of either religious ceremony, because you're praying to a god or something, or demon, or you are doing something with consciousness via these transcendental tantric methods, but they also include deities and stuff too, or something theurgic, which again has a lot to do with deities, or you're invoking old ideas and symbolism that comes from the old world that is based on religions and things, okay? And I actually like Lolan Asin's comment right there. He says, chaos magic is the language of desire for lazy magicians who don't want to study magic. That is maybe not a proper definition, but it is an observational truth. It is observably true. Absolutely observably true.
And I find this, I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off mid-thought.
No, it's okay.
I want to keep going. I find it interesting because, you kind of share an opinion that many people have, and I view it a little bit different. I see a lot of the negative towards the idea of chaos magic being about the accoutrement or how people apply that.
I just don't like the people. I like the magic.
Fair. So I see
the postmodern freaking post-hipster, not kidding. You're not all bad guys. I'm teasing. This is partially teasing. I'm also partially
this is all in good fun, like we said at the top of the stream. So
there's more true. This is, remember in the beginning I said like when someone makes a joke but they mean it a little bit. That's this. I do mean it a little bit, but it's definitely there's definitely plenty of awesome chaos magicians out there. Don't
I actually like two things that Eddie said. He said, where's that comment? The main principles are belief as a tool and results orientation, and also it's lazy magic in the Bill Gates sense of lazy as an efficient.
Yes and no, but I'm gonna cut a lot of that off. I want you to finish what you're gonna say, but I'm gonna cut a lot of that off and get to the heart of the matter. But go ahead.
I see the belief as a tool being the main thing. A lot of with Spare, when he kind of codified the ideas. He put out, like, here's a form that you could use, sigils, fucking wank off to it, and it's funny for jokes, it's funny for memes, but all of
Sigils
that
are basically just rune staves, by the way. Keep going.
also, yes. Like, I discovered rune staves before I heard about sigils. Like, oh, this is basically the same fucking shit. It's using the idea of belief as a tool, and if you believe in it hard enough, then it will fucking work. It's the Secret, but a little bit more highbrow. Secret's basically chaos magic for dummy.
I mean, like, you can control how much you believe things. Like, that's the misleading part of belief-based magic, is like, how do you convince yourself of something? You know what I mean? Wishful thinking is not believing, and there's a totally different energy there. And this is where I think a lot of chaos magicians who think of it that way run into a brick wall, because they go, well, I really believe it's possible. Your shadow says otherwise, actually.
Well, I think that's where some of the difficulty lies, is with chaos magicians also not doing the shadow work, not doing that, because, a situation I found myself in is, I used to incorporate fire into my rituals, candles, incense, whatnot, and then I had a fucking moment where I don't like using fire anymore. It's like, I completely recognize that essential oils or whatever fucking other accoutrement I want to use can be just as powerful, but it doesn't have the same fucking juice. It doesn't have that same je ne sais quoi as the fire does, because I still just fucking love that. So it's a problem internally and not with the magic itself.
It's all internal for you. I get it, brother. No, we're going to get you at my house, and I'm going to just reacquaint you with a blazing cauldron of flame in the middle of the bedroom, or wherever my altar's going to be at the time.
Ooh, okay. Well, I was nervous about this until you said the bedroom. Okay.
Well, that's where my main altar is at the moment, by the way. So,
I like how your voice got lower for this. I'm excited.
Well, I'm also drinking a little, so the voice by, hey, Behemoth X is here. Jesus built his hot rod. Hey, friends, what is up, Behemoth X? Thank you for coming, brother. Thank you so much, man. We love some Behemoth X in this house. I'm going to try to stick with this voice tonight, because this is actually more like my normal voice. Let's try to, instead of, I'm Kamala Harris.
Anyway, welcome everybody to the Peter Steele stream.
I'm not even doing that. I probably could, but I need a cigarette. Like, I need a pack of cigarettes first. Somebody get me a pack of cigarettes. All right. Well,
if you
anyway,
are chain smoking to this stream, you're doing it wrong.
I'm going to get to that point now. Hold on. Let me liquor up. Ooh, 151. That's very strong. It's basically cough medicine right there. All right. Let me skim off all of the bullshit, and let me get to that razor thin element that I think really is the difference between chaos magic and other forms. Chaos magic begins with the understanding that you don't have to practice transcendental and tantric methods for a billion million lifetimes to be able to enter what they call the gnosis state effectively, and to do magic with it. And I agree with that sentiment. It's like a shortcut method to achieving trances that cause change, right? So they will practice various things that get them around their... Here's where they're wrong and also where they're right, okay? The chaos magician is exquisitely left-brained as an individual. They're so left-brained that they think that their left brain has to somehow penetrate their right brain to achieve magic. Okay? This is a fundamental flaw in the theory. Now, I'm not saying this is a blanket term. I'm sure there's a million people who practice chaos magic who don't think this way. But I'm saying, when I scroll through the chaos magic pages, half of them hate me for whatever reason, by the way. I wonder why. They think that they have to somehow, like, the subconscious is somehow like a princess in an ivory tower, that they've got to scale that tower and get to it and get past it to get to the sweet, sweet nana that they want. Okay? The problem is the part of their consciousness that they think they must penetrate and bypass, okay, So they think that, okay, my conscious mind is getting in the way. They think like, okay, my left brain thinking processes are getting in the way, and I've got to get past my left brain thinking consciousness to get to my right brain subconscious to do the thing that I want. And I'm going to use my left brain thinking conscious to develop a way to do that. This is so much round and round circular logic that it hurts me. Your left brain intention comes from your right brain subconscious. Your subconscious is already on fucking board. So the part that they're right about is getting the left brain to step out of the way. That part they're right about. But then they will do like all of these left brain things thinking that they've got a program. Now, I'm not saying that's at the core of the style. I'm saying that's the practice that I see. The practice that I see is a bunch of people trying to find ways to penetrate, and maybe I'm wrong because like I said, I don't belong to any community, so I'm sure there's a lot of people. Please guys understand, I'm not saying generic. I am being general, but I want to be clear. I'm aware of a lot of people that do it differently, so I'm trying to be cautious here in what I'm saying.
And you know, something, if you don't mind me interrupting, something that I find interesting about this entire discussion is I know that obviously we view this differently, but I'm realizing more and more that you approach things from a very low level perspective, and I don't mean that how it might sound initially, and I approach things from a very high level perspective where I'm very bird's eye of like, oh yeah, okay, that's the route I gotta take, and you're very into the minutia of everything, of exactly what turns and where, and if we reroute the GPS here, it will be more efficient. What I love most about hearing you talk about chaos magic is just, to me, it tells me more about you than it does the practice itself, and I mean that in the best way.
No, true, and it's also my perception of it. I mean, that is a given, and for that reason, if people think I'm wrong, tell me about it in the comments. I'm not going to argue. Like I might argue, but I'm not going to be like, you're wrong, I'm right, because I don't practice that. I'm just telling you that from an external point looking in, because I don't consider myself a chaos magician, because even though I think it's a very valid and effective way to practice, even though my current book is probably going to be conflated in some ways with chaos magic because of some of the things that I'm talking about, especially since I use the word chaos so much in it. Since there's going to be some of that, I want to make it very clear. I've never read Spare. I don't give a fuck about Morrison. I have no fucking clue what they say it is. I don't really care. I'm not interested in that. If that's a problem, that's my problem. So whatever I'm saying about this, it is literally like, I feel like I'm grandpa commenting about rap music, right? That's what I am right now. So let me be fair and repeat that. Whatever I'm saying to you about it is grandpa commenting about rap music. I don't get it. It's not for me. It's not my practice. But I can tell you that what I do understand of the practice, it's an effective way, but the comedic comments that are made about it from my position look true. It completely works. yeah, you got that right there.
Somebody needs to rep him. Read Morrison.
And I'm not dissing Morrison, by the way. I mean, that's the thing. You know, people should probably realize that I can diss an idea without dissing the person, right? And I'm not even dissing. I'm not even dissing chaos magic. I'm really not. Like, I wish I could somehow, like, you know, really project what I'm thinking without trying to have to explain it. I highly respect the practice, but it's not my cup.
This is your personal interpretation of it, and you know, I mean, I advertise myself as a chaos magician. Like, I don't take umbrage with what you're saying. Like, I get it. For anybody who might be in that boat where, you know, taking issue, this is like I said, this should tell you more about Thorne than it does your practice yourself. Don't let it inform that. To jump in real quick, we have a super chat from Rye of the Fallen 11247 says, I love the vids, DH, Flesh, EA, Behemoth X, of the 9. Thank you, dude.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Or thank you, Mr. Rye, or Mrs. Rye. Whatever kind of Rye you are, thank you very much for that donation. I appreciate it. That will keep the lights on for at least, well, we're using LEDs now, so probably a couple hours. I appreciate that so much. That's actually really sweet of you. And so to wrap up on the chaos magic topic, my problem with it is not the practice. It's the community that sits around it.
Yeah.
And there is no dogma to it, so there's really nothing for me to comment on. Does that make sense? Like, it's a set of practices which you could probably, in all honesty, put in a pamphlet maybe 2 pages long.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
You could write it down on a fucking cocktail napkin.
Which is what I like about it.
Yeah, it's the greatest power and the greatest weakness in it as a framework is exactly that. And what you pointed out of when you tried to dive into the community, like, you can't really find any just chaos magic focus because it could be so many different things. You'll find a bunch of fucking memesters. It's like, I can't really engage with this. I don't really give a shit, to be honest. And then everybody else who's like, I'm working with the Greek pantheon from a chaos magic perspective. Okay, well, now I'm just fucking with the Greek pantheon. It's like,
well, that's what happens. Is people will. Here's one way that works. I'm not saying it's the only way. This is one way it works. People will want to practice Norse mythology, pagan mythology, Christian mythology, but they don't believe in paganism, heathenry, Christianity. But they love the trappings. They love the art. They love the visuals. They love the stories and the mythology. So how do you do that? If you're like a hard atheist, but you still think magic is possible, how do you do that? Well, chaos magic is there for you. Chaos magic is the way. The thing is, it's not actually chaos magic. When chaos like is conflated with eclecticism or whatever, it's not. Chaos magic can be eclectic, but eclecticism is that even a word? But being eclectic, is not chaos magic. Chaos magic. The problem I have with that's the interpretation that I think is
there's a Venn
off.
diagram, but they are still separate.
Right, and that's the thing that I think is a little off. Like when it says, "Well, I'm a chaos magician because I work with Lucifer and Jesus," and it's like, that's not what makes you a chaos magician, though. That's not what does that. You can call yourself whatever you want, but that's not what makes it chaos magic. Chaos magic doesn't just mean throwing a whole bunch of shit into a bag and shaking it up and, hey, it's chaos. That's not what it means. Although that's even a misunderstanding of the word chaos, to be honest with you. The original meaning of the word chaos means gap. It doesn't mean jumble. It doesn't mean random. It means emptiness. It means the same thing as void. It actually means the same thing as Brahman. It's literally just the Greek word for all of for primordial soup for it.
That's the one thing that, like, and I know it's most of the time jokes, but it still just irritates me to no end. Is like, oh, chaos magic. That means you're like the Joker. You're fucking smoking a lit fucking firecracker. No, it's not. It's not that kind of. It's the fucking. Oh, you fucking piece of shit.
That's where the postmodern bullshit comes in, because they were right. The original style was correct in saying. Here's the part of postmodern that's good for this, is don't take the mythology seriously. That is to say, don't assume there's a literal Zeus out there. Use Zeus as an archetype if you're going to work with it. That's all. So the dogma of Mount Olympus is left. I'm not even going to say left out. I'm going to say you believe in it while it suits you, but then you throw it away. Right? But you don't actually live your life according to it. You don't join a religion. Chaos magic is also results oriented, which is, personally, my problem with that is I don't believe magic is meant for those kinds of results. I just don't. Magic to me is a piece of spiritual attainment. It is a piece of tantric enlightenment ascension is what it is. It's to put it one way, when someone practices certain Zen things or certain tantric things and they achieve, say, samadhi or satori, okay? That when you do that, your consciousness expands. You become aware of yourself in this multidimensional way. You become aware of the union of all opposites. You become literally the Baphomet in the Western sense. And that is one of like the signs of you are divinity in a body. And you're not even in a body. There's a body and there's divinity and there's an association that's going on. That's really what it is. Magic and the ability to manifest via synchronicity, because that's pretty much how it always happens, is some form of synchronicity from a very mundane to a miraculous level is what it does. It's never going to be, I did a ritual and it's obvious I caused it. It's going to be, I did a ritual and then coincidentally it happened. With no proof that you did it. You could have a team of scientists sitting around, the most competent magician who gets results all the time, and they would never be able to show that they did it, so they'd never be able to prove magic is real. Ever. So, magic is a way to intentionally, consciously increase your probability of experiencing synchronicity. Does that make sense?
I like the way that you put that.
It's kind of like if you want to go if you want to catch a fish, do you go to the desert or the ocean? You go to the ocean.
If you want to win the lottery, you start playing.
You start playing. So doing magic rituals is actually a way to increase prescience, because what's happening is you're becoming aware of your own potential for intuitive prediction of events. Because when you do a ritual and you get the result, did you cause the result or did you predict the result? Which is it? How do you know? Can you tell the difference? I submit to you that you can't. Because there's no causal relationship between the two. It's an acausal relationship. It's like I took a shit yesterday at a certain time, and that just happened to be the same time the moon rose in where I live. Does that mean that I took a shit and it caused the moon to rise? No.
And, you know, as a Matrix moment on your topic of, did I cause it or did it happen? The thing that's really going to boil your brain is, at the end of the day, does it really matter?
Does it really matter? It doesn't. It's literally from when Neo meets the Oracle.
Do you want a cookie?
Yeah. Watch out for that plant, you know, or whatever. And now wait till you ask the question of whether I made you do that or whatever she says. I don't remember, but yes, that's literally what it is. Oh, the Matrix. The original Matrix is
I
like,
love it.
It's really, you know what's really funny about the original Matrix is you can quote that movie as if it's an axiomatic truth. Like, if I say there is no spoon, nobody argues about that. No one says there is a spoon. If I'm in a conversation about magic and I say you can't cause anything to happen, I know I can do magic. Yeah, but there is no spoon. Everyone's like, oh yeah. People don't. It's just like a fact. Like, it's like a proven fact. There is no spoon because that movie, because Matrix, absolutely. There is no spoon.
That's its greatest success, I think. Like, it brought a lot of these ideas into the zeitgeist.
It really did.
Like, whatever you want to say about the sequels, if you talk negative, you're wrong. My opinion, fucking whatever. But the first one,
I hate them, but the first one is the best.
Okay, well, so you're wrong. But it's okay, because I was already
There's things
disregarding.
I like about them. I like parts about them. I do.
Yeah,
I don't watch the other two. I watch the first one and I'm done.
I will diplomatically say they
could
have been a lot better.
Okay.
I still like them for what they are, though.
No, I'd still watch them if they come up.
I'm not getting my hopes up but I will
Not in this world.
I will hope that number 4 is good. And I heard some of the original writers are coming back onto it, so we'll see.
Good. Now, I'll say this much. Keanu Reeves is one of the only, and this is going to get a twinge political and weird, one of the only white male leads that hasn't been woked out. Okay? Everything else has been really woked up, and I'm
sorry, did you just refer to him as white? You should know
no,
he
I
was
said
actually...
mayonnaise. I said mayonnaise. He's a mayonnaise white individual. No, I love Keanu Reeves. He has literally played every holy figure in history. He's played Neo the One. I believe he played a Jesus character. He definitely played the Buddha, which I thought was pretty fucking wild. He's played the alien that came down in The Day the Earth Stood Still. He's literally played every savior character ever. It's like it's almost like he's the Antichrist and he's just waiting to come out in open.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll go to hell for that. Also, Victorious, which Neo is not on theory? Are you talking about Agent Smith being the actual one? Are you talking about what's his name? They're like fucking dime a dozen with Neo not being the one theories, but I appreciate that you know that.
Everyone is Neo. No, yeah, everyone is Neo. We're all the one. We're all the one. That's here's the thing. If you watch that movie and go, well, if I was in that world, I wouldn't be the one. I would just be a supporting actor. You just failed the test. You just took the blue pill, my friend. You are the one. We're all the one. You're the only one.
You know something that I did not, something that I appreciated? Cyberpunk 2077 is obviously Keanu Reeves is in it. He was kind of there from the start of Cyberpunk as a mainstream genre too, with Johnny Mnemonic and all this shit. It didn't click to me until the end of the game. They totally sneak in a Matrix reference where you're given pills. You're given red pills and blue pills, and the blue pills stop Johnny from taking over, and the red pills accelerate it. Like, oh shit, okay.
Eddie just dropped some knowledge. He says the key to the Matrix is that the real world, quote, is just another level of the simulation. And this is what I meant a couple of weeks ago. We did a stream and I said, where's the real flesh priest? Okay.
Somewhere over there. And there.
I mean, my brain's kind of buzzing with like 50,000 different cool philosophical, metaphysical things we've talked about before. But we all get hung up on reality. What's real reality? Here's something you guys might not realize. In most of the mystical traditions that I'm familiar with and respect, the understanding is simple. When you're awake, you're actually the most asleep. When you're in your deepest state of sleep and oblivion, you're actually awake. So when you're out cold and you're having just blissful sleep, and you're not even aware of the world as you know it, but you're there, like you're just existing in sleep. You have no sense of time. You have no sense of occurrence. You're just blissfully, you're not unaware. There's just nothing to be aware of. That is actually when you are actually awake. That is when you are truly awake. Your day-to-day life is actually the deepest dream. Maybe not the deepest, but a very deep level of dreaming is your waking life. I think there's probably more deep levels of dreaming than that. I think it really depends on a spectrum, because there's people who are walking around in the waking world and they're very enlightened beings and they're actually more towards the awake side of the spectrum. Then there's people who are so dead ass asleep but totally awake in their life. You know, people who are so egoistically bound to the day-to-day life and humdrum and bullshit, they're really deep asleep. And this is actually, it's not my opinion. This is a metaphysical fact going back to, I'm not even going to name them, but pretty much every single deep mystical tradition that I've studied. And when I say studied, that doesn't mean I went to a freaking monastery and studied it. I mean, like looked up and looked into. It's also been
read the first paragraph of Wikipedia.
Right. I read the first paragraph of Wikipedia. Exactly. Now, I know that that is accurate because of my own experience. See, non-dualism and metaphysical mysticism, like I talk about, I didn't learn this from somebody. Yes, I watched Alan Watts videos. I listened to those, and that unlocked my potential because I no longer resisted what I believed already. Right? I was told for the first time in my life by a beautiful creature that seemed to know how to speak like an angel in my ear, all of the things that I've heard before in my own intuitive way. I already knew 95, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more % of what Alan Watts was saying in those audio tapes that I listened to, audio videos. But hearing that person say that was like giving me permission to accept that I already knew the truth. And then it was only a little bit more that I had to figure out, and that guidance that he gave me the ability to find. That's why I say there are no gurus external to you. They're only internal ones. There's only one guru, one teacher that is within you. If you think I'm smart and wise and sound this and that, that's actually because you already know what I'm telling you. You just already kind of agree with it. You just needed to hear it from somebody else. So your inner guru is like, listen to that motherfucker. He knows what he's talking about. And you're like, I think you're right. He does sound smart. I'm going to try what he says. That's not me who's smart. That's not me who's wise. That's not me who's correct. That's you. I mean, maybe we're both wrong. Maybe we're both stupid. But that's your teacher is telling you to listen. So my teacher told me to listen to Alan Watts. My inner guru said, listen to Alan Watts. I mean, let's be honest. I don't know many people who can listen to Alan Watts and not think that he sounds magnificent. One of the most beautiful speaking voices I've ever heard. I've even tried to pattern my writing and speaking when I'm really being mellow and not this guy that you hear.
I've caught that.
I've tried to pattern a little bit of myself after that because I am well spoken like he is. You know, I was raised by people who were like, you have to learn the Atlantic accent. You have to really get that, you know. So I really wanted to emulate the work of Alan Watts because, you know, I don't get jealous. I want to emulate what I admire. I want to do everything I can to emulate it, like, and be respectful of it if I can, you know. So Alan Watts was like that key that turned the lock that made me say, I've got permission to accept that I know. I wasn't quite done yet, though. That is what sparked. So in traditional, we'll say Vedic and Hindu traditions, there's different understandings of how samadhi and the full attainment works. You have the tantric method, you have, I guess it would be the transcendental method, I guess. You have the study method, the contemplative method, and they argue like which one's really the right method. Well, they all work. Provably, they all work. So some people need to go and sit and face a wall for 9 years and tune out the world to find their consciousness. That wasn't me. I didn't need to do that. Some people need to do transcendental stuff, which is very similar, or tantric stuff, which is theurgic and working with their chakras and raising kundalini. And some people, you know, have to just read it, and then it'll just kind of click. And for other people, it's contemplative. I was more contemplative. Doesn't mean I didn't do meditations too. It just means I would think about it, and my mind would just run in its circles without verbal thought. Does that make sense? Like, I don't need to vocalize to think at all. I don't visualize. I'm aware. I'm aware of I'm just aware. So I'd be sitting there working at the nursery doing my job, and I would be listening to him, and I would just be running through what he's saying, and I would be contemplating. I would be going through it. And one day while watering a bush, I had an experience that was like, you know, I don't know. It wasn't vivid at first, like somebody gave me like real ayahuasca or acid or anything like that. But I began to have internal visions of things, and I began to become aware of things, and it just built and built and built. And for a split second, I felt like I left my body, and I felt like I floated up, and I felt like I was aware of everything around me in a radius that was going on in a way that was not external to me. I felt like I was the bugs in the bushes. I realized I was the bush watering itself, you know, like I was the little bush in the pot, and I wasn't just D.H. Thorne. I wasn't watering a bush. I was the bush going, water me. And like there was a reciprocation going, there was a connection, and once that sense of connection triggered an awareness, and I can't put it into words beyond, it starts to get like an acid trip where I could tell you what I saw, but that doesn't do it justice, because it was just this awareness of everything that was there. Now, does that mean that I was aware of everything that was there? I don't know. I'm not an actual bug. I don't know what it feels like to be a bug, but I feel like I felt like it was a bug.
It's a kind of beautiful absurdity to me that whenever people have those moments, it is always during the most beautifully mundane of events. The things that, you know, you give your signature, how much do I believe this thing at the end of every story. And whenever you hear something that is so just the beautiful, most intentional moment of, I was sitting over a newborn peach tree and its first fruiting, blah, 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 blah. It's always like, this is so made, this is too idealized. But whenever you hear somebody just, so I was in the middle of the shit and I realized I'm not real. It's like, I believe everything you said. He's like, true. I just wanted to shit, but then I realized I am the universe and the universe is me. And then I was just mind blown, and then I realized I forgot to wipe. It's like, yeah, that happened, totally.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say it's a rule, but it's like a litmus test. Like, yeah, that's probably more true. Yeah. So if you're writing fiction about this stuff, that's how you need to do it from now on, guys. If you're on Reddit and you're like, I heard you guys didn't like our Reddit stories. Well, take this as a pointer. A real story doesn't sound like a story. All right. But yeah, it's true. And I'm not saying that there's never anything cool, but you know what I'm saying. You know exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
So, but, you know, that's the funky thing about true non-dual enlightenment. People have expectations. There was this guy recently who chatted me up on something. I don't think they were talking about me, but they were kind of judging the community, which I do too, because it's fun. I fuck all y'all. They were saying that for all these enlightened masters, boy, nobody really acts like one. And I had to like stomp that bug when I saw it, and I'll tell you why. Number one, if you yourself are not an enlightened master, you don't know how they act. That's number one. So if you're an imperfect being, by the way, an enlightened master is an imperfect being too. Don't tell me how someone that you pedestalize as being perfect should act, because you'd have no idea what perfection looks like.
What's that smell? It smells like shadow to me.
Number two, enlightened people are just like everybody else. They're literally no different. That's actually what is the beauty of it. Someone who's achieved enlightenment isn't suddenly this perfected being that knows how to behave. That can be a side fringe benefit of enlightenment, because you do tend to transform your behavior based on what you've realized. It's really hard to go out and be an axe murderer if you see in everybody a reflection of yourself. It's really hard to even when I made that video about, you know, the compassion of a stone and not killing a fly and all that shit, there's still a piece of me that looks at a fly and goes, that's a part of me, I don't want to kill it. I really feel that compassion. I feel like there I am, and then I go, but you know what? If I don't try, it's never going to evolve. I got to try. I got to play my part in the pattern. So, someone who has achieved, and I hate saying that, I really hate that we say achieve enlightenment. That is such a bullshit term. You don't achieve enlightenment. What you achieve is letting go of the delusion. That's not an achievement. Like when you drop a backpack because you're tired, is that an achievement? No, you just, fuck this shit, I'm done with it. So enlightenment doesn't make you behave better. It doesn't make you nicer. It doesn't make you wiser. It doesn't make you treat people with more compassion. It simply means that you recognize the truth. and you're relieved by the truth, because the truth is relieving. This is how I know, like, when you have somebody who comes to me and they're like, oh, I know I'm the universe, and that means there's no point, and I'm so sad, it's like, blah, blah, blah. Then you didn't actually achieve what you think you did. You know, a nihilist is actually someone who was on the pinnacle and the border of enlightenment and then turned around. That's what they are. Because a nihilist correctly recognizes that there's no point to the universe, there's no point to life, there's no point, there's no purpose, there's nothing, there's no objective meaning to life. And instead of seeing that as the ultimate liberation, their egoism took over and said, well, what's the point then? Because they need a point to exist. That's what an ego does. But if you're liberated from your ego, even a little bit, you go, so wait a minute, so there's literally no purpose to life? This is why if you prove to me tomorrow that death was literally an end and there was no afterlife, and I would still probably just be doing all of this goofy shit for fun.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't think I could be depressed about it. I'd probably be relieved and be like, you know what that means? That means this has to be my best fucking life, so get the fuck out of the way. In fact, I'm going to go do all of the crazy shit that I thought I shouldn't do because I thought, hey, maybe there's, you know, no, that means I'm going to go be a crazy, maybe I'll go be like Blade and I'll go like pretend people are vampires. I don't know. I'm going to go live my best life, whatever that looks like to me.
I thought you were going to say be like Blade and fucking avoid taxes.
That too. What do you think this is? The fucking March of Dimes?
Takes a long sip. But you know who doesn't avoid taxes? Jay Sauber. Thank you for the soup chat.
Yeah. I like that. Soup chats. Yeah, those are soup chats. You're buying me soup. Thank you, Jay Sauber. I appreciate you, my friend.
Appreciate you as always, dude.
Yeah. I mean, he's pretty much like an uncanny, I mean, not uncanny. I guess it would be uncanny. He's uncanny in that he's always here and he's always supportive. And
dude,
I appreciate him a lot.
I see Jay Sauber as like the fucking Viggo Mortensen from the first Lord of the Rings movie, specifically the scene where they're all fucking chooming it up in the gastro pub, and Jay Sauber's just in the back, just watching over, just like, yes. Here's a round of drinks on me, but like doesn't say anything, just silent appreciation.
That's funny because my interactions with him on video, and you know what? Jay Sauber, hit me up. We should have a conference call sometime, just the two of us. You've supported me so much. You've bought plenty. Like, at this point, you've basically bought at least one consultation. So hit me up sometime if you want a free consultation. Fuck it. But he is a quiet person. And, you know, he's got an interesting story in his life. And I appreciate him a lot. Not just because he gives me money, but I do appreciate him. It takes a lot, you know, for someone to... all these years be supportive and do so with literally no expectations. The guy, he will message me and be like, I think he just asked for rituals just to support me. And I often turn him down because I don't want that. I want his ascension. I want him to be liberated, and I want him and his partner to be happy as fuck. That's what I want. Like, you know, so I appreciate your donations, my friend. I really do. I really sincerely do. And I mean that, you know, I don't, how much more can I say I mean it without making it sound like I'm gushing?
So I'm going to leave it up to you. I've got 3 questions on the back burner, and I've also got a story. We're about that time of the night, so you can do either.
What sounds better to you? Are they good questions? What are they? Give me the questions and read them rapid fire, and I'll maybe pick 1 or 2. Okay, I'm gonna. And if I don't pick your question, fuck you. I mean, sorry, I just mean it wasn't the right question. Okay, so I'm going to read this in my trying to be a auctioneer voice. So, question number 1, please can you ask, does deja vu have something to do with spirit connection? Question 2, I got a good question. Assuming the theory of magic taking the path of least rational resistance is... How many of these are Wyatt? Oh, you fucking called that one. Question 2 is Wyatt. Assuming the theory of magic taking the path of least rational resistance is true, if you attempt using it for something that would actually need to break physics in order for it to work, would the universe make an exception? And if not, why? Question 3, what if we only see magic as an important part of our philosophy only because we all want to believe in it? Did we really discover that conclusion, or did we build the conclusion around it? I love that question. I love that. I love because I don't have to answer. I think they answered it themselves. Let me tell you this right now. If just like the afterlife point I made a moment ago, if someone came into my life with irrefutable evidence that magic did nothing, and it was all in my head, all of this would stay here. None of this would change.
It's that you have brought this question up before, and I love that you do, with people that consult with you, is if you found out right now magic is absolute bullshit, would you continue doing it? And the people who say yes are normally, you know, I hate to fucking forgive the language I'm about to use, but on the right path.
Right. Like that meme of the guy opening the door. The door just opened for you. Because you actually have potential. That's like in Willow when it's like, which finger is the finger that magic is in? And Willow hesitates because he wants to pick his own finger. You just did that. You just had that. That's a breakthrough moment if you let it be. Because you literally need to be that non-attached to the outcomes. Because you know when magic is really magic? When it's weird. When you can't explain it. When it's synchronistic and you have no fucking clue what's going on. That's when magic is happening. It's not magic when it's like E.A. Quetting says this is one of the reasons I give him so much credit. If you fully understand it like a machine, it's not magic anymore. It stops being magic if you can predict it. This is why in some ways I dislike doing ritual work for hire, because people who come to you with money in their hands saying do a ritual for me, they're expecting a result. Now, there's nothing wrong with wanting a result or to do rituals for a result. The problem is that it's not a machine. I'm not a genie in a bottle. It's not a vending machine. It's not a computer program. It's not. This is my problem with Chaos Magician too. You know, with Chaos Magic as well, because it's very results oriented, which, you know, bless their little hearts. They do get results on occasion, but it's never provable. I challenge anyone who thinks magic is provably real by way of results to go take the Randy the what's his name the
James Randi challenge.
The James Randi challenge.
If you can do that, you know what? You are a magician because that dude's dead.
That's true. No, I think he can still win. I think he still has the prize money up.
Oh, okay, maybe.
Not only will you get that $1 million, but I'll literally be camped out on your doorstep, and I'll do things I can't say on any social media platform to get that yeah. I'll suck your dick. I mean, I won't. But
on the topic of would you still do magic if you found out it was bullshit? Lolan Sign says, "My singing is bullshit, but I still sing."
Lolan, I know that we disagree on so many fundamental levels of politics and shit, but sometimes you fucking get, and I love that you're here, man. Thank you so much, brother. That's actually a really good comment. I like that. That's literally magic. Like what he just said is literally the quintessential essence of this practice. If you're doing magic because you think that it's going to get you results, my personal unsolicited advice, pack it all up and don't do it anymore. On the other hand, if you do magic and then get results and celebrate them like, what the fuck was that? That's really weird. You just did real magic. People have got to understand, this is where it's like, I sound like I'm contradicting myself, because on the one hand, I tell you that you can do magic and get results. On the other hand, I'm telling you don't do it for the results. Why would I do that? Mm-hmm. Why would I say that? I really want to ask you guys in the comments, do you guys give me in that little bit of paragraph that you can, why would I sound so contradictory? What am I trying? What is the secret I'm trying to give you? Because I can't say it directly. There's no English that says it. What am I trying to say by that apparent contradiction? We'll give it a minute. We'll let Fleshy answer, because it sounds like he had like an answer he wanted to.
Oh, and then the fucking burps came. I really think writing that fucking paradox is really where you get shit. Like, it has to be a little bit paradoxical in nature. There's not fucking easy language to describe this by any means.
Good. Yeah. Because one thing I've said in the past was, like, in science, if you hit a paradox, you know you're probably wrong. In mysticism, if you hit a paradox, you just found the truth. Because that paradox is the threshold of truth every fucking time. When you hit a paradox, that means you've got to invert something Something's got to be inverted somewhere. You've got something backwards. If you invert it, it's going to make instantaneous sense. This is what Einstein did with his theory of relativity and general relativity, special relativity, general. He inverted everything and realized, well, wait a minute. What if I imagine, instead of thinking of it as I'm falling, what if I imagine it as the earth coming up to hit me? Eureka! And that's when the breakthrough happened. So when you're hitting a paradox, you are like skinny your fucking teeth. You're right there. Lean into a paradox.
That's where the fucking magic happens, baby. You know, and branching off of this question a little bit, I see it as a little bit related. You might disagree, and we could set this aside for later. But Wyatt put up a follow-up, says, why does it always seem like the most enlightened people in the world are the lowest classes of society? I bet a slave could tell you more than the pharaoh could even conceive.
I mean, I might disagree with that specific example, but yes, there are reasons for that. Well, maybe we'll go into that in a second. But I want to get into that answer to that question. So remind me of what he just said. That is an interesting comment, because there is truth to it. I mean, it certainly isn't an apparent. Yeah. So here's the thing, guys. I want you to rewind to where I said there is no spoon. It's staring you in the face the whole fucking time. It's like a play on words. Fleshy, do you remember the there is no spoon moment? Could you maybe bring it up and quote it or something? Let's play through that moment for a moment, because let's treat that as an ontology that is completely. I got a spoon right here. Okay, I'm not going to bend it for you. I like this spoon.
You know what? I want to be very true to it, so I am going to look up the script. In the meantime, though, in an answer to your question, we have Vatorius, who says, I think because magic is so big or complex to describe that when you say those contradictory points, you are describing those parts, which are indeed right, but can't be the whole. Unfortunately, no. That's still not it. But you're also not wrong in a way. You're probably going to say, well, that's what I meant. So in a way, maybe you are right. Maybe you're having trouble saying it. Maybe we'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say maybe you do get what I'm about to say. But let's see what comes out. Let's hear the spoon thing first, and then we're going to go to your story. I'm going to end on the spoon thing. Okay. We'll skip that Wyatt comment. So here we go. I have the script pulled up. Okay, read it to me. Try to act it out. I don't know who you want to be. I was going to do it anyways. Oh, I love you. Do not try to bend the spoon. That's impossible. Instead, only try to realize the truth. What truth? What? Oh, sorry. There is no spoon. There is no spoon. Then you'll see that it is not the spoon that bends. It is only yourself. The Oracle will see you now. The layers of... This is why that moment of the movie is so famous, because that line, that scene, if you want to know the truth, I bet you if I hung out with the dudes who wrote it, well, they're not dudes anymore. If I hung out with those people who wrote it, yeah, if I hung out with them's peoples who roasted it, I would ask them one question. Did you write the entire series of movies based around that one scene? Be honest. Well, because I know they got a lot of inspiration from a certain. Sure. They sure did. Well, they got it from Judaism. They got it from Hinduism. They got inspiration from everywhere. Oh yeah. That's what makes it so good. Like my mom, like the other day, she's like, "Oh, The Matrix is the story of Jesus." I'm like, I mean, that's like saying that a rainbow is about the color red. Yeah, very well said. Let's try to untangle that for a moment. Whatever I'm about to say now, correlate that with what I'm saying about magic. If you do it for results, if you were to find out there is no results, would you do it anyway? If you say yes, you've passed a kind of test. Now that you know that, you can't pass the test, by the way. So if you didn't know that already, you already failed. You're fucked. You got to do a different test now. But if you already internally was answering that question of yes, I would do it anyway,
then you've passed. Before you knew the answer, you've already passed the test. If you believe that.
Jesus
Here's
loves
why.
you regardless of your non-dual sin, says he, CM.
So let's treat there is no spoon as axiomatic. It is true. I can pretty much prove it to anybody, even a hard skeptic science person. They may deny it, but they'd be a reality denier at that point.
Mm-hmm.
It is a real, truly aware scientist, without being mystical or spiritual, will agree when I tell you that the world that you see does not exist anywhere in the universe.
It's the brain in the jar thing.
Right.
From that perspective.
It literally, pretty much, it is always, this is why I said in that one video, the sound of a gunshot is not a gunshot. The feeling of getting hit with the gunshot is not getting hit with the gunshot. The look of a gunshot is not a gunshot. The gunshot is unknowable. You can never know what it really is. You can only know its shadow, its reflection, its result, its impact. You can never know the actual thing that is the gunshot. You can never know the actual spoon. You can look at this and say that's a spoon, but all you're seeing is a symbol of spoonness. And even the word and even the concept of a spoon in your mind is a symbol that represents something that has absolutely no tangible, no physical, no form, no substance. It is an emptiness. There literally is no spoon here. Spoons don't exist. The ideas of spoons are just ideas. They're in your head. So what is this if it is not a spoon? That's a very good question. It's a very good question. I can tell you that what this really is independent of what it looks like, feels like, tastes like, feels like, completely independent of all of those things. Those are just echoes, mirror reflections, shadows of what this really is. Another way to think of it is, let's take this, you know what I'm going to pull up, right? What am I going to pull up? I pull it up every time we get talking about...
Oh, you're about to bring... Oh, lighter. I was going to guess your fucking crystal.
What color is this lighter?
It looks green to me.
Dumbass. You know why you're dumb? I mean that with love.
I know I'm dumb for a lot of reasons, including all the reasons that I don't know. Educate me.
Let's do the science. Why does this look green?
Light.
No. Okay, yes, light. So what's happening that makes it look green?
All the green thingies fucking bounce around off it, and it absorbs everything else.
It absorbs every wavelength of light except for the one we call green. And the wavelength that it doesn't absorb, so literally the color that it's not, because none of that energy is entering this lighter, is the one that you see. So literally, this is every color except for green. Let's not even get into the fact that color is just a mirage in your mind. Let's forget that for a moment. Let's just accept that green is real, just for argument's sake. Green is everything that this is not. Green is the one color that this refuses to accept about itself. It reflects only, well, predominantly green at your eyeball. So that means that this is not a green lighter. The green lighter is a reflection. It's not what it actually is. What color is a mirror? What color is a reflecting pool of water?
A mirror is slightly green.
All right, well, I guess somebody watched that fucking Vsauce episode.
I don't know what you're talking about. Vsauce, Flesh Priest here.
But you get my point, right? Let's not overthink it. Yes. So I was laughing for some reason.
I was
Am I
thinking
embarrassing
it.
myself?
I was thinking of it something along these lines, but not quite like this. But Victoria said it on the light reflecting and absorbing, reflecting everything that is not. He says, "Thank God I could tell the SJWs I'm not white."
Oh, snap. So, obviously, color itself, if we really want to, I'm not going to split these hairs. I can, because I've studied this because part of the enlightenment process is realizing that reality is illusory. When you realize that reality is illusory and that what you see is in your mind, it's in your mind's eye, even when you think it's out there. So even though I feel distinctly like this object is outside of me, the reality is the experience of this object is always within me. There's literally nowhere else it can be. It's always within my experience, my ability to. So this spoon object is a figment. It's a holographic hallucination within my mind. The brain in the jar thing. For all I know, I'm a brain in the jar and I'm being fed this signal that looks like a spoon. I don't know if there really is a spoon or not. There's no way to know. So when we say there is no spoon, I can be really, really pedantic and explain to you all of the ways scientifically that this spoon doesn't actually exist. Spoon is a categorical, syntactical, organizational model, allegory, representation, shadow, echo, mirror of what exactly it is, but it's not a spoon. Spoons don't exist. There is no. If an alien were to just walk into the door right now and I would say, "What is this?" They wouldn't call it a spoon. They probably wouldn't even realize what it is if they didn't have a mouth like we have in a history. It would just be like a piece of metal that's weird.
That is the sphincter cleaner.
Yeah. It would. So, like, I put the analogy of, like, put your cat on a table. Does your cat think I'm on a table, or do they go, I'm on a plateau? I'm on a food service box. What do they think? It's not a table to a cat. It's a platform, perhaps. But no, it's probably not even a platform. That's a human concept, too. So all of these things that we're talking about, this is a human conception. But Thorne, you're going to say, something's there. And that's the difference. So someone who is a materialist says this is a spoon. Someone who is an idealist says spoons are just in your mind. This doesn't exist if you don't look at it. The actual non-dualist perspective is it is neither a spoon nor is it a material. It is neither an idea nor a substance. Spoon is an experience we have. It's a figment of your dreamlike experience. However, there is something here. And that something can have absolutely no description. This spoon, I hate to get all crazy about spoons, but this spoon is a mirage. The mirage, however, like all mirages, has a source. Now we're getting into Gnosticism. The Gnostic perspective is that there is a light and a demiurge, and the demiurge casts shadows, and we're the shadow puppets on the wall. And the demiurge and the source are one, really. At least that's the version that I'm familiar with. That's like a really cool personification of it all, which is why I'm not a Gnostic. It's a little too story time for me. It's a little too literal. Instead, when I look at this spoon, I am seeing infinity. I'm seeing emptiness. I'm seeing non-existence. But it's taking the shape of a spoon. There's nothing here, meaning no thing, not nothingness. So there is no spoon. So let's run back. If there is no spoon, how can I bend it? So let's go back. Read it again, Fleshy. Read it for me again. There is. Oh, stop. Read it for me.
Oh, fuck. I bet I already closed the tab, didn't I? Hold on. Oh, I didn't. Good thinking, Desmond. Good job. Do not try and bend the spoon. That's impossible. Instead, only try to realize the truth. What truth? There is no spoon. There is no spoon. Then you'll see that it's not the spoon that bends. It is only yourself.
So beautiful. So beautiful.
Oh.
So if there is no spoon, let's use the dream analogy. Flesh Priest, if you go to sleep right now and you dream about a spoon, is there a spoon there?
No, but there is Tommy Wiseau. No. The right people got the reference.
I don't.
No, well, yes and no.
Okay, explain your answer.
There is absolutely a spoon there that I can grab, I can hold. For all extents and purposes, a spoon exists for me. Can I show evidence to anybody else that I'm holding a spoon? No. So a spoon does not exist in that way that I can prove to anybody else, but for me, the experience absolutely exists.
So you have the experience of a spoon, but there is no literal spoon there, in other words.
Mm-hmm.
Because Eddie says there is the appearance of a spoon, but that appearance has no essence. Right? So if you dream tonight about a spoon, is there really a spoon in your dream? No. There is not a real spoon in your dream. So if I said, now imagine that you're sleeping tonight and you dream of a spoon and you bend it. Did you bend the spoon?
I'm sorry, I thought that was...
God damn it, Fleshy.
I was typing, my mic was muted. I did bend the spoon.
No,
my perception,
you
my
just admitted there is no
spoon.
actual spoon. There's just the experience of a spoon.
There is no spoon that I can prove to other people, but there is absolutely a spoon in the... There is a spoon here in front of me right now, and I bent it. Like, in the dream, that absolutely happens.
So you can have the experience of a bending spoon, but there's no literal spoon in your dream, is what you're saying. I hope.
Okay.
I hope. I maybe if so, what you're telling me is you think there is a spoon in your dream.
I've been over this. I approach things from high level. I see spoon, caveman see spoon, that is spoon. I don't get too much into semantics. The spoon exists.
It's not
so
semantics.
Fuck it.
No, it's not semantics. It's really not so. See, that's that. I don't mean this as a diss on you. A lot of people here.
No, I get it.
These metaphysical questions, they think they're semantics. They're not. Semantics would be meanings of words. The problem is words are a hugely flawed way of describing reality. They really don't work very well. So we have to be very specific in our meaning of words sometimes to get this to come through. But I think most people hopefully would agree. When they sleep tonight, if they dream about a spoon, there's no literal spoon there. They're dreaming about a spoon. In other words, it's a piece of their mind, conscious, or imagination that looks like a spoon is what they're dreaming of. So there's no literal physical spoon in your brain when you're sleeping tonight and you dream about a spoon. There's just the experiential stimulus of a spoon. There is the imaginatories. There's a spoon in your mind, but it's not literally a spoon. So you can have the experience of that spoon being bent, but there's no spoon there to bend. So what's bending is your mind, your consciousness, your awareness of the spoon is bending. You're seeing a mirage bend, right? So let's turn it into a video game. If this was a video game, is there a spoon, literally a spoon? Like if we're playing Fallout and there's a spoon on the table in the video game, is there really a spoon there or just a picture of a spoon?
I mean, that actually fits the provable box because I can show people that there's definitely a spoon there and I am bending it.
But it's not a literal spoon. the appearance of a spoon, because it's literally not a spoon. It's literally ones and zeros, and they're not even ones and zeros. It's ons and offs in a computer matrix. It's not literally a spoon. The spoon is a mirage. It's not a literal spoon.
I mean, this is just an illusion within my meat matrix, though.
Right. Right, exactly. Can you bend an illusion literally?
I feel like I'd have to think about that question more to give a valid answer, but I'm going to say no right now.
Which would be correct. You can't bend a literal illusion. You can't literally bend an illusion. In other words, you can reflect it. You can do all kinds of shit with illusions if you're using a mirror, depending on how your illusion looks. You know, like if you see a mirage of an ocean in the desert, is there an ocean there or no? No, there isn't. There's no ocean there when you see an ocean mirage in the desert. So this is a mirage. This is a mirage of a spoon, is what I'm saying. Can you bend that ocean mirage? Can you bend the spoon mirage? No. Because there's no spoon there to bend.
All you can bend is your perception about it.
Better. Right. Much better. Now you're going in the direction of what they're pointing at in the Matrix. Perception, though, is what's bending. Perception, so you're not seeing a spoon bend, you're imagining one bending, you're going to where a bent spoon is.
That just left you speechless?
Because I burped really good.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
The edging has completed.
I have now edged into the universe. All right. We're going a little too far into this. My point is, let me wrap up, okay? When I tell you that, would you do magic if I could prove to you that magic did nothing? If you say yes, you graduate and you get to actually learn real magic. If you say no, you don't. The reason for that is because if you think you can bend reality with magic, that means you don't get what's going on. Reality isn't real. Reality is a mirage. It's an illusion. You can't bend reality because it doesn't exist. Reality is a real experience, though, but it doesn't mean that the things that you see, so you reify. So it's like shadow puppets on a wall. If I have two shadow puppets and they're talking to each other and they start fighting, the appearance is still real. You still have the real experience. The experience is still a valid one. You still go, yeah, Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy fucked, but there is no such thing as a Kermit the Frog and a Miss Piggy. They don't exist. They're literally cotton balls. And those cotton balls don't exist. They're literally fibers of a plant. And those fibers of a plant don't exist. They're literally matter that is made out of atoms and molecules. And those atoms and molecules are made out of what? Fields and forces. And fields and forces are... now we're getting somewhere. Fields and forces are interactions. Interactions are resistances. Resistances are what?
Feel like you were waiting for me for an answer and I was doing back end shit.
No, I'm that's more of a poignant stop. It's more like a hard period.
God damn it, throwing me for a loop here.
I want you all to think about what I'm saying. So, even your experience of this spoon is a resistance. It's a resistance. The only way you can feel a spoon is because whatever this is and whatever this is are encountering each other and having a resistance to them. There's a resistance. There's some kind of resistance going. The only way you can have that experience. We're not going together. We're resisting each other's action. So you're going to say, well, Thorne, your hand's just sitting there and the spoon's hitting it. They're resisting each other. There's no spoon. There's no hand. So a force can only be measured when there's resistance. You can have only a spoon can be there. So what? A spoon is a manifestation of a resistance to what is there. You have to be in opposition to the spoon's spoonness to experience the spoon.
What a great out of context quote.
Yeah, that was a good one.
You know what? I agree with Timothy, so I'm gonna say it out loud. That was definitely a mic drop. You explained this so well.
I think that is a subtle hint to move on, because we are just running around. I am getting into the rant phase.
Well, I tell you what, I'm chomping at the bit, and I want to give your voice a break.
Okay, so summary. When I tell you that you can't do magic for results, it's because there are no results to have. There is no reality to change. So you can do all of the magic you want. If you're doing it for results, that means you don't get it. Because you don't have to do bibbidi bobbidi boo to see the thing you want to see. All of this shit is just shit. None of this matters. None of the sigils matter. None of the chanting matters. None of the demons and gods matter. Nothing fucking has anything to do with it. They're simply useful symbols that give you a way to rationalize your godly power to literally see anything you want. Right now, this moment, you are the ultimate divinity, the ultimate divine. We are all that same divinity, but you right now are it. I'm just a figment of your imagination. I don't really exist. You don't really exist right now. You're all figment of my imagination right now. In every given moment, we're a figment of each other's imagination, and each one of us individually is the one. We're all Neo. We're all it. Each one of us is creating an illusory reality as a projection. When we're in deepest sleep, we're our most awake. When you're most awake, we're really asleep. You're dreaming right now. The dreamer and the dream are one. They are both illusions. You can't actually kill your dream, for example. In my dream, if I'm dreaming about Flesh Priest and I put a gun to his head and go bang, did I kill Flesh Priest? Oh fuck, he's dead. Did I kill Flesh Priest? No. All I did was go through emotion, and then I had the illusion of a dead flesh. I'm not saying go out and kill somebody to prove they're not real. That's not what I'm saying. There will be consequences to those actions. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you cannot cause change to something that is not there. It's an illusion. But you can change the illusion. It's like when you're watching television. Let's say you don't like the way a show is going. Maybe you're watching Friends, you're like, I don't fucking like this episode. You have literally no control over the episode at all. But you know what you have control over? The channel you're watching. You can change the channel anytime you want. But you can't change the events of the show. So now imagine that there's an infinite number of television stations with an infinite number of different variations of Friends, where there's an episode where this happens, an episode where that happens, in different timelines. Well, you can go to whichever one you want, but you're not actually changing Friends. The Friends show stays the same, always. You're just changing which illusion you're watching.
This reminds me of something, and I'm paraphrasing this a bit, but somebody really smart said, reality is but a dream, but dreams can become lucid.
I don't know who said that, but I think they wrote a book and they're an idiot. All right, Fleshy, tell your story. I just want to make sure that point is driven home. You cannot do magic for results because there's nothing to have a result on. You can change the channel with magic, though. You can like a choose your own adventure. You can't change the story in a choose your own adventure book. All you can do is read a different one. Hopefully you know what a choose your own adventure book is.
I don't know. Does Gen Z fucking have those? I don't know anymore, man.
Like, why it's probably like choose your own what's a boo?
What's a book? I'm kidding, of course. All right, I'm gonna put on some music for myself. If y'all aren't listening to the Kilimanjaro Dark Jazz Ensemble and fucking sparking up a baby's leg, then do it now. So, as a little bit of inside baseball here, I had a couple people that sent me stories to read, and they gave me like a snippet of the story, and I've been waiting to hear back from them. They haven't. So CM Helnikainen came in clutch this week and sent me one right before stream. I haven't had a chance to read through this yet. So what I'm saying is that if the show gets canceled, you can blame him.
I mean, I think you know where he lives, so we'll make an appearance. He'll probably enjoy it for the whole 3 seconds that he'll be alive for it.
I have a general location and a particular set of skills. I could find him. So this one is from, you know what? I didn't even ask, but I think he's okay with me saying this is from him. If not, it's too late now. I'm sorry, dude. So this story comes from CM Helnikainen.
Oh, that jerk?
The one who made videos about us and shit?
Fucking ancoms. God damn it. You fucking commies everywhere.
So, quote.
I got the right colors.
This is a story about doing what feels right, but the importance of knowledge. A bit of context is necessary. I had just taken the leap to work with spirits for the first time after months of being an armchair occultist. With no protections or anything in place, I had put out a request that any spirit who wishes to work with me and does not mean ill will is welcome to make themselves known to me. I had foolishly assumed that only an established egregore would answer me, if any at all. But oh, was I about to be awakened to a wild, dark, and magical world, but not the way I had planned. I needn't get all into the details of the spirit who answered me here, for it would just require another fucking essay like this one to even do her justice. So for now, I'll just refer to the spirit as she/her. After spending some weeks with this unestablished spirit and finally constructing an egregore mask for her based on all the gnosis I was getting about who she was telling and showing me about herself, we went through an interesting time that established our bond and then nearly broke it. She made it clear right away she was dispatched to initially be pair of training wheels or water wings, for I had inadvertently jumped into the deep end without knowing how to swim. At least, that would be the nature of our relationship for a while. At the time of the story, I fucking hated my life, working overnights and supervising the homeless and babysitting drunk businessmen at the hotel I worked at for a little over 2 years until 2021. But that's also another story I owe to King Belial. In particular, during 2020, all the management got let go and were replaced by this sour control freak who cost less. While I was asleep one day, and I say day because I would sleep during the day and work overnight, the spirit I had been working with had come and plucked my hatred and frustration from me. Mind you, I wouldn't be made aware that this took place until after I woke up. Because this intention and energy wasn't her property and was mine, she had to get someone to sign off on it. She traveled to the shores of the Lakes of Fire where Azazel's palace stands. At the gates were 2 angels and a third figure who looked like some Diablo 4 teaser trailer looking infernal porter who stood like a pulpit like the ones used for valet or the ones restaurants used the front door, and held a feathered pen and wrote in some sort of attendance book. My spirit approached the porter and declared her rank and requested entrance to conduct business with Azazel, and casted a spell or deployed some hologram that displayed her credentials as one of Lucifer's emissaries. The porter wordlessly gave her a look which you could tell read, "This bitch can't be serious." Nevertheless, he returned his gaze back to his work and granted her permission to enter. While I didn't see all of Azazel's palace, as I felt it wasn't necessary or relevant, I can only recall the parts I did see reminded me of a cathedral. There were succubi and incubi all about the atrium and the table where Azazel was sitting. Again, going into detail about them and why they were there en masse is yet another story altogether. As my spirit went to speak to Azazel, I remember the succubi sending her venomous gazes and whispering and gossiping to one another about her as she passed. Once she and Azazel's attention Once she had Azazel's attention, she revealed the hate and frustration she had taken from me in my sleep and asked him to legally give her ownership of it. Upon writing the story, I was reminded it looked unironically like the memories from Inside Out. Azazel, of course, took one long look at her and asked why the hell she had it in the first place. She then, of course, had to inform him that she was working with me and that I wasn't exactly conscious at the time to grant permission for her to have it, and that everything will be perfectly okay, and swore on the court of Lucifer that everything would be fine. Azazel paused for a while. On one hand, an emissary swearing on the court of Lucifer carries a ton of weight to it. On the other hand, if there was any sort of fuck-up and Azazel had authorized my spirit to have something that legally didn't belong to her, Azazel's ass would be on the hook, so to speak. Eventually, though, he conceded and signed off on it. In exchange, however, my spirit gave 10 days service to Azazel. Upon completion of the transaction, he grabbed her forearm roughly, and when he let go, a brand had been left where his hand had been, sealing their deal. When my spirit then took off at once to set some things into alignment. Being aware of none of what had transpired with my spirit and Azazel when I woke up, I got ready for work just like any other day. I used to live downtown and 12 blocks away from my workplace, so no matter the weather, I'd be walking to and from work. During my walk, however, my spirit showed up in my mind's eye and we chatted. I remarked to her that it felt odd that tonight I didn't dread going into work, to which she maniacally grinned and showed me in my mind's eye all she had been through as described in the previous paragraph, but didn't show me what she did with it. I wasn't mad or anything. From an ego standpoint, of course, having negative feelings removed from you is better than them being there, right? But I was unnerved by the fact that because I didn't have any protection set up, she technically was allowed to take what she wanted from me and ask for forgiveness later. So that was a nice slap in the face that, this time, it's a friendly entity, but what about next time if it's not something you want taken? When I got to work, everything was pretty normal, as I changed hands with the PM shift. But before they left, they said, "Oh hey, insert cheap replacement manager's bitch name here. Left us all cards. Here is yours." When I felt this card in my hands, I was overwhelmed with the energy of my spirit. Inside the envelope was a cheap, tiny thank you card, thanking each one of us for how we had all been working together, even though she was brand new around the place at the time. To any of my coworkers, this was just a mundane coincidence. For me, this was a heaven and earth moving level manifestation. This bitch would normally never have done anything like this pointless thank you gesture. I decided right then and there, after work, I would charge the card with even more energy and release it to my spirit as a thank you. That entire day at work, I eagerly awaited to get home and do magic. Once I got home, the ritual was going fantastic. I had began to master the altered states and the associated meditative breaths to help with introducing them as prescribed in Become the Maelstrom by somebody who we might know. So needless to say, I was intoxicated on those. As I was about to burn the card and envelope, it came in as a release to the spirit. I realized it was a bit too large to burn safely in my cauldron. At this point in my magical journey, I had only really gone with what felt right and pretty much just winged it 99% of the time. This time, however, as I was trancing out and figuring out how to burn this card, I thought, oh, I'll just tear it in half and then burn it. Mind you, this was the tail end of the ritual where the card had been consecrated and charged for the spirit. So I tore the card. I didn't feel any different. It just felt like I was going about the ritual. But as I tore the card in half in my mind's eye, I got the image of glass or porcelain shattering, and I lost connection to the spirit instantly. Again, feeling nothing different about my person, I just kinda brushed it off. However, I had failed to realize how much smoke burning thick Hallmark cards give off when burnt. Living in an apartment, I frantically closed the lid on my cauldron, thinking what I should do. My spirit yelled at me in my mind's eye, burn it, give it to me, please. My first thought was to go to the back parking lot and burn it. But when I got there, some dude was breaking down boxes and putting them in the recycling. My next thought was to try the front door, but being still trance-intoxicated, it took me a minute standing on the sidewalk in the middle of downtown to realize I couldn't burn it here either. So I went back to my apartment, and I had to burn it in the bathtub, with the door closed and the fan running. Needless to say, I couldn't make contact with my spirit for at least 15 hours. The following night, as I was going around making sure the building was locked up, my mind began to ponder the working from the morning prior. Suddenly, I was thrust into a vivid vision of my spirit trembling as if they were in immense physical pain. They shakily raised the glass of wine I had offered to them during the ritual and shakily tried to sip from it. Enthralled with shock and sadness, I asked them what happened to put them in such a state, to which they answered, "You did a break bind on me." I nearly was brought to tears at the sight and knowing I had done this to them, completely by accident without me realizing what I did. I apologized sincerely for not knowing, to which they replied, "Yes, I know you didn't mean it, which is why I'm still talking to you." For the rest of the day, whenever I could physically charge them back to back, I created chi balls and filled them with energy of healing and apology. Before I went home from my shift, my spirit appeared vividly in a vision again. This time, they looked far more whole, to which I was relieved. Before the vision broke off, however, they showed me their torso, which had a nasty scar that went from the right hip up to the left set of ribs. They took my hand astrally and placed it on said scar and began to glow. As it did so, my spirit said, "I dedicate this scar to you, so you may remember this lesson, so you don't do anything like this to any higher spirit that won't be nearly as forgiving as I am to you." Moral of the story, do what feels right, but know what you are doing, or something like that.
We create pretty impressive egregores sometimes that help us communicate with our shadow. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately about things like what CM's story is about. And I hear shadow, 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 shadow. What I mean by that, it's not negative. I don't mean that negative. So much shadow was revealed in that story. A kind of longing for a feminine companion, a sense of learning to appreciate. And there's so much shadow coming through. And I mean that in zero negativity. And we create egregores. And it's something I've been thinking about lately, like, well, in a way, all spirits are a kind of shadow because they all kind of emanate from things we don't want to deal with. We talk to an angel, for example, because we don't necessarily want to deal with a problem that the angel can help us with. We work with a demon because they allow us to express something in us that maybe is impossible to express on a daily level. And CM has this story, which I won't really comment on whether I think it was real or not. I think it's real. I think that there's a lot of, just like I would do, you know, there's a ton of mind's eye theater going on, but that mind's eye theater is real in the sense that it represents elements of a spiritual nature that are like, you know, just like I said, like there's no spoon here, so there's no spirit there. The spirit world is also an illusion. It's just an illusion that doesn't have an embodiment to it. So the spoon and the spirit are both unreal. Even the gods are unreal. But they represent something that is real, and they represent something that maybe we can't talk about, something we can't face. And they also are masks for our power. Like I was reading, not reading because it's not really much of a read, but you know, like the Necronomicon spell book, which is basically the 50 names, the 50 names of Marduk, right? I've had this book for a while. And you look at this book and, you know, these are all names for Marduk, and the real deep gnosis is Marduk is nobody. Marduk is a name. Marduk has meaning. Marduk was a god from ancient Babylon. But really those sigils are keys to your own deeper potential as divinity to see the timeline you want to see. So you work with a specific spirit and you get the timeline you want to see. CM works with this nameless feminine entity, and in his field of experience, it's a real being, perhaps, most likely, for sure. So it's got energy behind it. So especially if CM's telling the truth, if CM's telling the truth that this is a being that he sees and he works with it, like my familiar, I'd probably put it on the same level as my familiar. Whether he created it or it's a real being makes no difference. The experience results in something, in a change of experience. And so that's a validation for it. But what I'm getting at is our shadows wear the robes of demons and monsters and even ourselves. And they act like they are other things. But whatever that was, CM, whatever that really is, whether it's a gatekeeper spirit, a whatever you want to call it, even what you treated it as, even that idea that it's like some kind of that's a part of a shadow that's hidden from you. It's a thing that you want known because that's why you write the story about. Yeah, it's a cool story. It's a cool thing that happened. It's but that's a thing about you that you want exposed. You need it exposed. Shadows want to be exposed. They expose themselves no matter what. The question is, do you recognize it? And it's really hard. It happens to me too, man. So, like, it's not easy. Like, that's the challenge. Even me working with Lucifer. Why do I work with Lucifer? Let's take this into let's turn this about me. Let's make it about me like a true egomaniac that I am. Why do I work with Lucifer? Plushy, let's see how talented you are. Why do I work with Lucifer at all?
That's the spirit that you connect to the most, is what I'd say. You identify the most in him.
No. That's the safe answer. What is the I'm DH Thorne and I can see right through you answer?
I don't know, but I feel like a DH Thorne would point it out.
If I had encountered me, I said, I love working with Lucifer because of this stuff. Oh, so you're really afraid of being controlled. I don't resonate the most with Lucifer. It's that Lucifer represents the thing that I fear I have the least. Doesn't mean I have the least, it just means the thing that I fear the most. Lucifer isn't, I don't sit there and go, I am the most like Lucifer. Anything, I'm compensating. If anything, that's a compensation. So the same thing would be said to CM in this case. Why is CM encountering this spirit? Because it's compensation for something. If you can unlock that, all of the different symbols that occurred throughout that story, and I didn't track them all. I tried to, but I tend to, at some point, I just let the story wash over me. You're talking about the scar of breaking the bind and all this other stuff. It's this feeling of you want the spirit to depend on you, and you want to depend on the spirit. You want a relationship. Maybe it's not romantic, but it's absolutely deeply you're just very deeply in need of that connection. I don't know if you're single, I don't know if you're married, don't know, don't care. But, and it's not even about romance. It doesn't have to be romance. I'm only saying that just as a
People
like,
can identify with that very well.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. This could have nothing to do with romance. It might be like, I just need a connection. So whatever this spirit represents to you, spirit represents invert that shit, look behind it. What does that mean for you? What is missing in you that this spirit's doing for you? What void is it filling? What shadow is it the opposite of? So, because it sounds like I'm analyzing you, maybe unfairly, or maybe I'm right or wrong. I'm only analyzing the story. I'm not reading you right now. You're not here in front of me. I don't know your energy.
A good story tells you more about the storyteller than it does the plot. A good puzzle tells you more about tells you more about the person who created it and how their mind works than the mechanics of the puzzle itself.
So, going back to what I said about Lucifer, I work with Lucifer not because I'm so fucking free. I wish that was why. The beauty of that revelation is that for months I've felt such a draw to that archetype because I feel so unfree. I haven't been able to speak my mind lately. I've been totally trapped in this. Well, I better not say that. I'll lose my audience. Susan Wojcicki is going to come get me.
Yeah, because why would you work with the fish god if you're not around fish or anything? You work with the fish god because you either have a bounty of fish and you want it to stay that way, or you're in need of more fish.
Right. There's a shadow at play. There's a shadow there. So what I want you to do, CM, is I want you to read your own story with a critical eye from the perspective of how would I analyze this person? What are they lacking, and what does the spirit signify as a lack or as a shadow? What is it that this shadow is pointing out about me that I'm unable to see because I'm looking at this story like, wow, this is a powerful story. What is it that this shadow is filling for you? Because I'm going to say this as I don't know yet, but I'm starting to realize that every spirit, every entity, this is why I tell you guys, and I mean this, I think the shadow people are, fuck even the shadow people, the shadow, and the shadow people are an externalization of that. The shadow is the most powerful entity, if you want to call it an entity, the most powerful influence on our experience, more so than conscious intent. And I believe that every god, every demon, every ancestor spirit, everything that we work with may, not is, but may, it's just a suspicion, may be a mask for shadow ultimately. Why do I think so much about my grandfather, right? Lately, my grandfather's ancestor spirit has been in my mind a lot. So one might argue maybe his egregore is hungry, right? Maybe his egregore needs energy. He wants my attention, so I'm thinking about him a lot. Maybe it's because my own shadow is at play right now. My own shadow is, I can't admit to myself that I'm missing that wholesome childhood that I had with a beautiful grandfather teaching me about stars and space, and I would give anything. Fleshy, I love you, but I'd slit your throat right now.
I understand.
To go back to that kind of innocent world rather than the shithole that is forming around us right now. So of course I'm thinking about my grandfather because he represents that thing I have the least of. That shadow that I don't even want to admit to myself because I don't want to admit that I have that weakness. Nobody does. What if? So in a way, CM, thank you for this story because it sort of broke my brain for a minute as I'm listening to this. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, you know what's fucked up? Maybe I'm misreading you, but I read people even through like very indirect things. And as I'm listening to this story, I'm thinking to myself, there's a shadow. There's a shadow. There's a shadow. There's a shadow. And I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. What if that exact same, what if I, instead of like analyzing CM like it's some kind of game or something to do to this poor kid, poor guy, he's a good guy. He's a really good guy. So I don't mean it in a negative way, but as I sit here doing it like almost like I'm playing Rubik's Cube or something. Well, what if I did that to myself and then I hit the Lucifer thing? And so you, in a way, your story unlocked maybe something new for me. So I thank you for that story, CM, by the way. And that's probably not the effect you ever really hoped for it to have. I'm sure it's not.
I gotta give props. So first of all, everybody who writes in fucking appreciates you, because like putting something like this
especially putting your name on it.
Yeah, which I hope was cool. I hope we're still chums. I do read these anonymous, of course. I gotta convince you to put the email in the description for people to write in with those. Something I'll post it here too. It can be anonymous if you want, but yeah, putting something as personal like this out on a public forum, especially for us chuckle fucks to read it and comment on it, like, yeah, it's fucking brave and shows a level of comfort. And also fucking congrats to you. That was really well written, very easy to read. And also,
I'm going to give him a little bit of criticism. It was almost a Reddit story, just saying. But I believe him because I know he's a practitioner. So I do.
Oh,
believe,
yeah.
I do. Yeah.
and it also, I've never seen it elicit that kind of a reaction out of you, where you just like, normally you kind of maintain the same energy level and you're bouncy and everything, but this one really had you like sink into your armchair and like have to kind of pull yourself out of it a bit.
Well, to be fair, I don't know if you noticed, you couldn't have noticed you were reading. I was meditating on my Serenity Sigil at the time. So.
That's what you were fidgeting on. I heard it, but I had the PDF up over our camera.
I was meditating on that while I was listening because I really, you know, I got to be fully frank with you guys. When I do these streams, that's not me. The person, in fact, I think you guys would probably be like, wow, that's an edgy, cool, scary motherfucker if you saw the real me. I'm the bouncy, upbeat, got to keep the show going Thorne when you guys. That's one of the reasons I'm an obnoxious asshole to my guests. Is I don't know how to be anyway else, because I'm not used to being like this. I'm usually, in my day-to-day life, I'm not like that. And I don't think it matters. You guys love me for who I am. I know that.
Oh yeah.
So it's nothing. Well, you like me. You're here because you like me.
This is a particular lens to view us from. This is not how we exist through all lenses.
Yeah. And I absolutely hate like dead air on it. Like if I listen to a podcast or something, it's like a moment of silence. I'm like, oh, okay, I could be doing other things right now. So I try to fill.
Break? What the fuck?
So I try to fill all of the time with my voice. So that sigil helps. It brings me back down to my more natural energy state. But no, CM, I appreciate it. In fact, I want to say to you that you have been a true blue supporter of the channel for all of this time. So I'm going to say I grant you a free consultation. You heard it here on the thing. I give you a free, because I owe you, brother. You've made cool videos and you've been a supporter. I want to give you a free, just, you know, we'll do a video chat, just me and you, sometime in the next week. All right. And you can chat with me, you can talk to me, you can have my ear for an hour or whatever.
Well,
because I recognize that you're a practitioner, and I want to analyze you. I want to go through and I want to be like, yeah, let's see now.
I don't know if you know what you're signing up for right now, because I don't know if you know, because I know he has school and shit like that, and I think this is a little bit of a hell week for him, so he may very well just call you up like, hey, so you promised a consult. Here's some calculus. Help me with it.
I don't know calculus, but I might be able to give you some spiritual ways to figure it out. So yeah, CM, I want to give you that because you've been a supporter of the channel. You've been very sweet to us. And you vehemently disagree with some of my politics, and yet you're here as a true blue friend and fan of me and Flesh Priest. I know you and Fleshy are friendly on the side, I can tell. I want to give you that kudos. Because you know what? Honestly, maybe it's the rum talking, but I'm feeling very, very sweet right now. But no, I really do. You have been part of the network for a little while, and I want to give you that ability. Yeah, and I know you've done work with shadow people, stuff that you've wanted to tell me about for a while. So we'll see. Maybe Monday would be good. I don't know about Monday. I've got my class, so Mondays. But I might skip that class. Maybe I'll give it to you. Maybe instead of doing my class, I'll do a private consult with you for Monday. So just remind me of that, and we'll work it out. I'm going to give you that.
I feel like this is a CJ of love right now.
Well, this is actually how a good king gets his knights and squires and nobles to fight for him. This is actually, so full disclosure, the next round of Shadowgate stuff may just be me doing it, but it's Ronzael is the next gate. The manipulative Machiavellian master who makes the world go around. So that means when that gate opens up, you will have to integrate your own manipulative side and recognize what it is and what you're doing. And if you can do that, you can actually become a better leader. You can become a better motivator. All of the positive sides of that shadow will be open to you. But you'll also begin to see Ronzael in the world. You'll begin to see the Machiavellian side of the world exposing, and probably in a way that you can't handle. When we did the last Shadowgate project, we opened up those gates. Legion is so obvious to people who are remotely sensitive now. They look in the world. Fleshy, please, I know you're not into politics and all that shit. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure everybody is suddenly going, wait, what the fuck is going on? Pretty sure a lot of people are there right now.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't think that's accurate whatsoever.
I'm pretty sure that there's people living under a rock on Mars in another galaxy, because it's another Mars, are going, yeah, what the fuck's going on that Earth planet over there? What the fuck is going on?
Facebook just went down. Wait a second.
Alex Jones said they're turning the frogs gay. Now, I think he's nuts, but they are turning the frogs gay. What the fuck's going on?
Sorry, you go.
That Shadowgate project wasn't to cause these things. Like, there's a whole, like, CM tells me about them. He's still friendly with some people who once liked me or something, and now they fear and hate me. They probably think I caused all the events of 20 and 21. They don't realize, no, I took your fucking blinders off by opening that gate, guys. That's what I did. All of this shit has always been going on. I just went, hey, see?
I didn't bend the spoon. I changed your perception of the spoon.
Correct. Yeah. What's up, Astarte Astaroth? What's up, sister? Good to see you there. I know some people say Astarte, Astarte. There's a lot of ways to say it. I don't think there's a right or wrong one. So if I said it wrong, forgive me.
I fucking change pronunciation every stream, but we all know that. So we had something earlier that you asked to be bookmarked. Do you want to pop back to
one
it?
second. I'm just going to respond. So
Okay,
CM says, oh, they do. Try to tell them, look, the fact that they fear me, if they fear and hate and loathe me, that's good. I'm glad. That means that they're being devoured by their shadow. So that's fine. Devoured by the shadow is the same as integrating at the end of the day. I would wish that they would open their eyes and realize I'm not the bad guy. I'm not the good guy either. I'm literally just the one who said, you don't believe me? Look on this other side of the door. I didn't cause the events of 20 and 21. And that's why I put, like, on my Facebook post, when people hate me, I put the big bad Thorne, because generally, if you get to know me, I'm a teddy bear.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at your fucking indie rock fucking album cover of you buried in fucking stuffed animals, right? With just your head poking out.
I'm a fucking teddy bear. Like, a bird hits a window, I run out and go, are you okay, little buddy? I'm not here to fuck your world. I'm not here to save your world. That is true.
I'm not gonna kill you, but that doesn't mean I have to save you.
Mm-hmm. Was that Batman? I think that was Batman.
Yeah, that was the first Christopher Nolan Batman movie. I love that scene. Just middle finger up and fucking cape out.
I love Batman. Batman has so much potential. If just like an edgy motherfucker would take over a Batman franchise, it'd be so good. And I do like the Batman movies, the newer ones for sure. I guess.
Oh hell yeah.
Those are good. I just like the first half of that one was good when he's like training with the ninjas and shit. I'm like, oh, dude, that's good shit.
Well, I know you would connect with that.
I just do, and forgive me for understanding what the. I'm not saying the League of Shadows is right, but I understand.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. I don't agree with them.
But I'm not saying I would get in the way either.
I'm not gonna stop you, but I'm not gonna not stop you. Oh look, a field of roses over here. I'm just gonna look that direction.
Fleshy, please do your own Batman parody, please. Please, I'm begging. I can't. If I could beg you more, I would. I don't think I could physically beg you more, because just the way you did that, look at these roses. I could so see you with like a fake ass Batman effort where you can't turn your neck, because like especially the old Batmans, he couldn't turn his fucking neck.
Well, I tell you what, for tonight I'll read the rest of the questions that way.
I don't know if that's what makes it funny. You gotta pant them. You gotta do the act though. You can't just, because the voice is the worst part of Batman. I hated Christopher Nolan's like.
He sounded like a fucking cat that had just gargled razor blades.
Yeah, that wasn't good. Like, I mean, you know, you want to impress me? Get fucking Vin Diesel to play Batman. Now that, I think we all just came a little bit in our own
I just got to give myself a choom job real quick.
Right? Dude, tell me, like, that's
Riddick as Batman, dude. Oh.
Dude, fucking Peter Steele and Vin Diesel, just one ear in the other, and I'm straight, and I'd probably. That's a joke. Laugh with me. Laugh with me.
Absolutely. That's not like. I am. We all know that I fly the rainbow flag. But even
Look,
that
I sail under it. I don't fly it, but I will definitely sail under it.
Oh, you're gonna sail under it, all right.
That's it. Goodbye.
Oh, look, we got a little swab just getting a keel deck under there. Sailing under the rainbow flag.
That sells it. We gotta play fucking Sea of Thieves, just the two of us on a fucking, just fucking do that shit. And we gotta pick on only noobs. No, we gotta just murder noobs. Like, not even, don't go for the good players. Just look for the noobs who are just fucking blow their shit up and just be assholes about it. Just troll everybody.
It's Gay Pride Month, and you know what that means. We're here to investigate your poop deck and make sure all your frogs are gay, that you got no illegal contraband in your prison wallets.
I'm the straight guy that they just enslaved, guys. Trust me, it's real. It's really happening. You can't fight it.
Shut up, slave.
Yes, sir.
Now, good.
I don't know where that's going. I need to. Well, I've got material
we are
for
almost
tonight,
on hour 3. This is where it gets really goofy. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh fuck! Oh my god! My mind. Whew, I feel like I need to goose fraba or something after that, just inhabiting that fucking consciousness.
Stare at the Serenity sigil. Just stare at it. It looks kind of like a heavy metal album cover. Just stare at it.
That helps, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Just visualize it entering your place of peace. And,
oh god.
I'm gonna hold the garnet. Garnet's really good for grounding. Really good for root chakra grounding.
Hold on. I need to unground for just 1 minute. Vin Diesel, Batman.
Anything for family. Oh no.
Oh no.
I got that question you just said, Wyatt. I think we're gonna get to the bookmarked one first, though. You ready for it?
I'm ready for it, baby.
All right. So earlier in the stream, we bookmarked one of Wyatt's questions, and that was, I think this is the right one. Why does it always seem
like the most enlightened people in the world are the lowest classes of society? I bet a slave could tell you more about the Pharaoh, more than the Pharaoh even could conceive.
Yeah, that's. I'm not going to say that's an axiom that's true everywhere, but I'm going to say that perception is very clear, and I'll tell you why. There are actually two paths that will lead you to disobjectification. One is to suffer so fucking much that the real world stops having meaning for you, because, you know what I'm saying, like, and you realize it's not real, because you sit there going, wow, this hurts so much, you detach a little bit from it. Like you try to distance yourself from the pain, and in so doing, the world that you experience stops being that important. You find other ways to find happiness, other ways to this and that. So someone who's impoverished and living the life of a slave, getting whipped, beaten, and doesn't have the pleasures of life, tends to find other ways to, like, escape it. And that by itself is not good, because escapism isn't the answer. But in the recognition that you can distance from the mortal life, you find a higher path, and you seek so hard to escape this that you become a seeker and often find. Those who seek shall find. But the opposite is also true, in the sense that someone who is sublimely rich, reality loses meaning for them too, because they literally can snap their fingers and have things happen that they want. You know, you're talking about a pharaoh. This is a being that is born and raised to believe they are God. Now, let us make a differentiation between Middle Kingdom, First Kingdom, all this other shit. Recognize that the original pharaohs, the original god kings of Egypt, were probably people who understood that if they created a legacy that deified them, they could be a living god, literally, in all sense of the word, including when they died.
And we still know Tutankhamun's name, so...
Correct. They are still a god. Tutankhamun is a god. It may not be Ra a god, but it is a god. They did what they did, and they literally told their people that you can still access me after I'm dead, because I want to be accessible to you. I want to keep being your king and serve you, and all this beautiful shit. It's amazing. Amazing. So I wouldn't say the pharaoh, like I would hesitate to say the pharaoh doesn't get it, but I would say that the pharaoh's nobles that make him pharaoh probably don't get it. The very bottom and the very top, the very cream and the very bottom probably get it. This is why I say that there's hidden masters in the world that are running a lot of this. They probably do get it. They probably fully get it. They fully get it, probably, and they probably understand. And that is why they might be so willing to do the evil things, because they recognize that there is no meaning to life. And so there's no point in pulling punches. It's like, think of it like this. Anybody who owns a pet like a dog, would you hesitate? Well, many of you might, but would you hesitate to get your dog neutered or spayed? Most people would probably say no. They'd probably err on the side of saying that I don't want my dog to have puppies because then it's a problem. So you have no hesitation. They're your property. You don't care. You're going to neuter and spay them. The hidden masters of this world look at us in much the same way. It doesn't mean that they love us all. It doesn't mean that they hate us all, but they might look at us like cattle and be like, well, in order for humanity to continue, we've got to neuter and spay them. We're going to use plastics, and we're going to put plastics in everything, and those plastics are going to fuck with your hormones. It's going to increase the infertility rates in the West in particular, because that's who uses the most plastics. And it's probably going to fuck with everybody enough so that your genders are going to get all twisted around because the hormones and everything else. There's going to be a higher propensity for something that is a natural thing. Let us be clear. It is a natural evolutionary advantage for people to have different gender roles, even within whatever, LGBTQ, in other words, is an evolutionary advantage. It is not a disadvantage. It is absolutely an advantage. I can totally anthropologically prove that it's an advantage to have in a society.
Hold on, I can take off my headphones if you want to speak plainly.
No, I am speaking.
I'm okay. Making a joke. I know.
Okay. Yeah, I'm harping on that because that's actually one of those conspiracy theory things that people don't have to realize. But it can be twisted into a weakness, by the way. It can, just like anything, just like too many, cis shit can be twisted into a weakness. It really can. But the point I'm making is that these hidden masters, whatever they are, whoever they are, I don't just write them off as evil. I see them as an enemy to my life, but that doesn't mean that they're wrong. Maybe they've done all the actuaries and they realize that there's literally no way to save the human race except to put us into this crazy ass future we're going into. I disagree, but I don't see what they see. Maybe they see something I don't. I'm going to fight them. That doesn't mean that they're completely wrong.
Ooh. Yeah.
I see Sitzo's question. I do want to hit that because that's actually a very important thing to recognize.
See, Cito, I want to point out, is also both the one who's asking about LGBTQ being an evolutionary advantage, and you were also the one, my friend, who was calling for DH Thorne / Flesh Priest fan fiction to be read on the channel.
Dude,
So,
what's the name of
you
that?
have a
The
very
Japanese stuff
one-track
where like
mind
they're
tonight.
what's the like they do it? Oh my god, when they have like the two, like they turn them like LGBTQ for each other, for the, like whatever you want to call it, gay for each other, whatever. They did it on South Park. They did it on South Park with what's his name? The two characters that, yeah. Anyway,
I don't think that. Oh, are you talking about Yaoi?
maybe, yeah, maybe it's yeah.
Fucking, that might just told a little bit about myself. That's not just a Japanese thing. That's just fucking gay erotica.
Okay, good point. Yeah, take two normally straight characters, make them gay, have them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, so I will actually touch that for a moment. And I'm not going to be very good at it because I'd like to have a moment to research some things that I know, but I want to get them squared. But let me put it like this, okay? The advantage of LGBTQ, in the broadest sense, we'll say homosexuality. Just, you know, the simplistic would be homosexual, but LGBTQ meaning all of that shit. The advantage that has on any tribe or civilization is very simple. The more people that you can have that do not have, we'll say, a personal obligation. So they don't have their own kids, okay? Meaning they don't actually have an obligation to worry about. They can actually devote their time and energy to caring for other people's children, other people's needs, and the tribe in general. And maybe this is just some bullshit. Maybe I'm just talking bullshit out of my mouth. But every single well-adjusted, and I want to make sure I qualify that. When I say well-adjusted, I mean someone like Fleshy, or someone, and I'm not saying whatever.
Oh, you're so sweet. I don't normally hear well-adjusted and fleshy put in the same sentence.
You're actually well-adjusted compared to a lot of people I know. Someone who's well-adjusted, confident, and comfortable in their sexuality, who's not planning on having kids necessarily because of their proclivities. The level of compassion in your heart, by comparison to, say, a typical cis person, and please, guys, understand the generalizations I'm making right now are just that. They're not literals. They're broad brush strokes, because anthropology is all about, in a lot of ways, broad brushes. Fleshy is more inclined to be compassionate in the sense of selflessness. Listen to how he talks. Fleshy tends to qualify. Fleshy tends to hold space. Fleshy tends to make sure that we understand the love behind the words. Fleshy is much more nurturing than I am. And I'm very nurturing as guys go. Fleshy's much more nurturing. So Fleshy makes a better companion to me and my wife than I make to him in a lot of, but I'm the big club wielding motherfucker. The other tribe comes and tries to fuck with us. Guess what? Fleshy jumps behind me, makes sure that my family's safe, and I fuck the shit out of the bad guys with my club, and he helps make sure that. So now, yes, I'm generalizing. Please forgive the generalizations. I want to make it clear. I know I'm generalizing, but there's an element here that is clear. And it's not just, there's also tough guys, by the way, so let's be clear about that too. But they don't necessarily, so what I'm saying is, if you're not reproducing, you're not creating physical offspring, you're not making babies, you're not potentially doing that. You're part of the tribe, you're a valued member, but you don't have that obligation. You don't have your own genetic code that you've got to fucking, double down on every time something happens, okay? That means you are an advantage to the tribe. You actually represent something to the tribe that I don't. Yes, maybe I've got more of a stake because I've got a kid, but that also means that I'm more inclined to say, fuck the tribe, my kid matters. Fleshy's more inclined to say my tribe matters. I don't have a kid to worry about. You're all my children. You're all my family. It is a literal anthropological advantage to any culture or tribe, providing it is integrated and loved and respected, and providing that it doesn't become, maybe I'm kind of getting lost in the weeds with that thought, but providing it doesn't become, I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say.
I can't bail you out on what word you're looking for, but I will also throw in the classic example of, in a society where everybody can make their own kids, you also need the people who adopt children that aren't theirs.
Good point. Yes, excellent point. That's another example, but that's just one example of the advantage.
A very specific one. Right.
And that's just one advantage. So yes, I can look, there's also things I can say negative. If you artificially, through hormonal adjustment because of chemicals in the water and everything else turning the frogs gay, if you increase that imbalance actually can destabilize a tribe too. Right? You suddenly have lower birth rates, you have lower this, you have lower that. That's not healthy either. In nature, LGBTQ occurs because it is an evolutionary advantage to have people like that in your tribe, because they actually ensure that the tribe survives.
And because, let's just face it, butts are sexy. Doesn't matter who they're attached to.
Everybody likes ass. Just make sure you wash it. Everybody likes ass. There's nothing worse than a stank ass, but everybody likes ass. Even people who don't like sex go, yeah, it's a nice ass, actually. Now, I really hope, because I know some people are going to listen to this and be like, oh my God, what a phobe or this or that. I really hope that what I'm saying comes through in the right, because it's hard. Look, this is a sensitive subject. There's not a lot of people with the balls that'll broach it. So, I don't know, Fleshy, if I said anything that was incorrect, correct me. If I said anything that was insensitive, correct me. I tried.
I don't think so, especially, there's the qualifier of we're painting with very broad strokes and we're not here to give a fucking anthropology lesson. I don't know if that's the right word, or, that we can't get all into the nuance and everything. Like, painting with broad strokes, I think you did, I agree with you.
Yeah, and don't forget the bonobo monkeys, right? The bonobo monkeys are so promiscuous that they'll actually wait to make sure the people are watching before they start fucking. That's literally like, you can look it up. It's
dirty exhibitionists.
And they fuck everything. They fuck each other, gender notwithstanding. They really don't care.
Saw a video of one with a frog. Back around to that fucking convo.
So bonobos are fucking. So bonobos are actually closer in some ways to the way human tribes work than other apes, and sex is used as a way to literally reinforce social connections with bonobos, and it works for them. Humans are closer to that than so the whole puritanical way of things is actually further from our genetic default, our evolutionary default, than bonobos with their promiscuity. I'm not saying you should all be promiscuous. I'm just telling you.
Why it says those damn monkeys are my spirit animals.
And Timothy Foster says, I think you really touched on something deep, Thorne. Gays in some old cultures were held in high regard in the society, even priesthood. And I'm not saying that because I feel that way. In fact, I'm turned off by all of that shit. But I look at it and I go, no, I know how biology works pretty well. I'm a smart guy. And I realize that it wouldn't have evolved in us if it was a problem. That doesn't mean we don't have genetic diseases. I don't see that as a genetic disease at all. I see a lot of advantages in it so long as it's integrated in the society properly. And if it's integrated, it has nothing but positives. I mean that with all of my heart. I don't see any negative in it as long as it's integrated properly. If it's integrated properly, it's got nothing but positives. Like, don't fuck little kids. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Like, we don't fuck little kids. Okay, that's a defect. But come on, there's no harm,
And
no foul.
a little bit of and I'm not highly educated on this topic. It's something that I was made familiar with a little bit by a podcast, somebody talking. You look at a lot of pagan rituals, and a lot of these customs revolve around, fertility, fertility ceremonies and everything. And how does somebody who fertility is not a concern for them because they are with a same-sex partner, how do you plug in with that? And you're not connected with all of this same cycle that everybody else is plugged into. You need to find another way. You literally have a different role in all of this. One interpretation was a connection with the dead, that this person's perspective was gay men in particular are connected to the afterlife and whatnot. It's a completely different thing. It's being liberated from this cycle so that you may provide and help for everybody else in a different way that only you have the disposition or even capacity to, because you aren't held down by these things.
Yeah, distracted by the fertility shit. Like, yeah.
I like that.
Possibly.
That's an even better way to put it. Distracted by.
So I'm going to give you even deeper thing. Now, I mean, a couple things I thought of when you were talking about that. So I wrote down the word fashion because as much of it's as a stereotype.
Fashion. I was waiting until we'd get around to it.
Well, as much as it's a stereotype, there's some truth to it. What if part of your role is to actually help the fertility of the cis? Because you're literally going, hey guys, you look and smell better this way. Hey girls, you look and smell better this way. Because you are the companions of us. So you're a dude who would hang out with me and be like, hey Thorne, you know what? You look a lot better like this. Because you'll tell me in a way that a girl won't.
Did you just magically backdoor your way into Queer Eye for the Straight Guy?
I think I just did. I think I just did. I really think I just did. That's pretty cool. I didn't even realize that. So that presents an advantage too. You're going to ensure that more girls are going to be hot on my dick than I could by myself, because I'm just some fucking dumb fucking, unibrow fucking caveman. You're like, oh, you need wear this color leopard skin print, not that one.
Ugh, shave asshole.
Exactly. So that is definitely a piece of maybe the puzzle, because you don't have to worry about. Now, of course, I mean, there's so many levels. There's so many layers here, guys. I'm being funny, but there's so many layers. And when you were telling what you were saying about the afterlife stuff too, let's not also forget that one of the advantages that someone like that might have is that whole Baphomet, union of opposites thing. So that's a spiritual advantage that someone who's so fleshy. I have a feeling, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I have a feeling you're probably have an easier time resonating with spirits of either gender than I do. I have a feeling. And it's not sexual. In other words, you don't look for, so like a straight guy is going to be more likely to look at Lilith and go, nice titties. You're more likely to look at Lilith and be like, empowerment. Probably.
I mean, that is my perception. If that is accurate or not, I can never 100% say, because I can't step inside your brain the same way that you can. But obviously, yeah, that is my perception of it.
So broad brush, that's at least a fair statement. It may not be true, but it's a broad brush. So what's the joke? In every stereotype is some truth.
I'll say there's equality, and I'll be saying like, ooh, boobies, in the same way I'll be saying, ooh, ass, ooh, dick, ooh, pecs,
okay,
ooh,
yeah,
shoulders.
True. I was just saying that to my wife today, like what do girls look for and do? Well, girls, I have a feeling, because even though I'm pretty sure, I'm also an artist, and the cool thing about being an artist is if you're a good artist, you're not necessarily, so like I'm not LGBTQ, but I think I know what makes an attractive man, right? Because you study the human anatomy and you go, you know what, that's a cool looking part of a guy. And I think if that's a cool looking part of a guy, that's probably a part a girl likes, right? So when I think of like, you know, yes, girls like men asses too. So, you know, guys have to have a certain shaped ass for sure. But I think we're really getting into the fucking shit now. So when I think about like
where
a
was
dude,
this on Pride Month, dude?
I know, I wish it was. So when I think about like a guy's structure, I think, you know what looks good? Like this region right here, right? Like this and the back region, that back, like the same part, but in the back. Like to me, that whole structure there screams strength, virility, and attractiveness to me. Like if I was a girl, those are the parts I'd be like, ooh, I like that part.
Oh,
am I wrong?
What? So two things. I'll say that my own perception of it was initially with the ooh, like that is like the classic straight man example, I think. But then you went to the
correct me, please.
You went to the back, and I found that a little bit more applicable. But do you know who's really in touch with their feminine side? I think Wyatt Coverdale said, "Ooh, veins," and
veins, really?
Ooh, if that is not a scary accuracy, yes.
Really, veins? I didn't know that.
The amount of women who are fucking cardiovascular whores that I know. Yeah, no,
what?
Arm veins.
Hold on, my mind is blowing right now. I've never heard of this.
No.
Teach me,
like,
master.
There are a lot of women in particular that I know that have a thing for seeing arm veins in particular.
Really? I mean, I always thought they were cool. Don't get me wrong. Like when I see like Ninja Turtle toys, they always had throbbing fucking veins. I'm like, well, that's kind of cool. Really, that's a thing?
Yeah, and well, I'll qualify that with like, okay, so we know how there's that thing with like feet and everything, and I know some people who will, you know,
shaped feet are not bad. That's my Norse in me, you know. I mean, it's a thing.
like I like the whole body, like fuck it. Yeah. But there's some people who like just the feet by themselves are like perfectly fine, and that's applicable for them.
Like ugly feet will ruin it. You don't have to have great feet, but ugly feet will ruin it. Right.
But I'm saying just like close up shot, crop, just the feet. That's all they need. It's not so much that from everybody I've talked to, it's it within context. Like the arm veins themselves are not the like, oh fuck yeah, it's the arm veins with the context of everything else, you know.
Right, by itself it could be weird, right? Like if it's just veins, like ew, like what the hell's wrong? But if they're like with the shapely body, if it looks right.
And it's you know, it kind of conveys strength and a lot of the things that I feel like people just automatically associate with if your veins are popping out, it's because you've been doing something strenuous, like you have strength, all of this. It's all those qualifiers
like when the
are just very attractive.
Like,
when you get the fucking roid rage fucking
I get those too. That could explain why, like, yeah, I'm not going to say anything. That's a little too personal. But we'll just say there's moments I can tell that that whatever I'm doing is right.
When you hear me take a deep sniff, that means it's working.
Ew.
Biden entered the chat.
So there's oh fuck yes, oh fuck no, and yes at the same time. Maximum no and yes. News.
Neosis. Oh God, why?
So I'm reading the comments, and we're getting some mixed responses. Astarte doesn't agree with the vein thing, or at least they never heard of it. I'm pretty sure Astarte's a girl. At least last I checked, that's a. Dre says though, no, yep, definitely veins, definitely. Fleshy ain't wrong. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know, man. I think you're probably on the right track. I can understand. I can actually see why, especially because usually guys, when they're not, you know, because Astarte also said, I like muscles, but not too big. Like you don't want them too huge. But when the veins are paired with muscles, it is hot. I could see why, you know, like because if I'm as an artist, if I'm drawing like a superhero, I'm probably going to at least put this vein in there and maybe like a wrist vein somewhere, right? For the big, thick motherfucker. It's probably going to happen. Yeah. So at least if I have the patience to draw all that. So definitely get that. I didn't know it was that big a thing though. Like that's pretty fucking wild.
Dude, indulge me a little bit. I found out about this because in high school, like I'm a scrawny motherfucker. And like, so my arm veins pop for like no fucking reason because there's like nothing to me. And one of my classmates was like, oh my God, your arm veins. I need to get a picture. I'm like, that's really weird, but okay. And then after they got the picture, they enlightened me about all of this. They qualified it as, I don't have a thing for this, but there's a YouTuber I follow who has a thing for this. I'm like, I feel dirty now. I'm a minor.
All right,
so this is weird.
It's well after midnight, right? Except for Wyatt, all the minors are gone. Could this be why, and correct me if I'm wrong, ladies, and other side who likes the same thing that ladies like, is that why veiny wieners have a kind of, you know, like draw instead of just like a wiener? Because like, you know, not all wieners are veiny, right? Is that why, like, you know, there's like usually a vein on even the bad dragon stuff, you know what I mean? Do you think that might be, at least maybe? I mean, I don't know.
I haven't thought of it like that, actually.
So let me ask you, Fleshy, since I don't know, because I don't like to probe your, shut up, Dan. I don't like to probe your sexuality too much because it's not really a basis for our friendship, but I am curious in your, because I know you almost don't, you know what I mean? You tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Okay, yeah. Stop qualifying, go.
What kind of wiener would appeal to you if you were into the wiener at the time? Like, because I guess you don't care either way. Would a veiny wiener be better than a non-veiny, or do you not think of it?
I mean, I know
Please
this
don't cancel
like,
Susan Wojcicki. We are protected right now because this is woke speech. We can talk about this.
I know this isn't like this is gonna come off like the safest fucking answer, but it really isn't so much about like that size or like any of the accoutrement or anything. It's really about what the fuck else is attached to it that I care more about. Like let me put it this way, veiny or not veiny isn't exactly going to be a deal breaker for me. Like,
True.
I don't exactly give a shit. I don't fucking, it's
if you
whatever.
were to draw the most epic you could think of, though, like superhero cock, would it be veiny or would it be not?
I knew that question was going to come up, and I almost fucking just segued right into it. It's one of those things of I would not, unless I was feeling a little bit funny, and then I would include the vein in there. I don't know why the vein makes it funnier.
Like Japanese drawings have some veiny ass wangs.
Yeah,
if you ever look at like traditional.
I'll say that when it looks like a fucking spider's web of fucking like when it looks like bad PC cable management, that's like a whoa, but that's like something doesn't seem right here. Like this penis is overclocked because there's way too much blood necessary for this like angry 4-incher right here. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
References for dicks, man. So dicks and computers have something in common now. Jill again. Jill, I'm gonna say this name loud because you just said it proud. So Jill again says maybe just one vein.
Yeah, like one vein, good. Like that's not a deal breaker. If there's fucking 12 veins in there, if like Doc Ock has entered the penis, then I am a little bit concerned.
So you don't want it to look like something from Akira that's throbbing with fucking just power in it.
Oh God, fuck no. Oh Jesus Christ. Like that's me. That might be some people's thing, and I'm not fucking kink shaming. I'm saying for me, like I start to wonder what's wrong when it gets to the extreme end.
Maybe they've had too much salt, right? Maybe they had like a steak with too much salt on it last night.
Fucking, I don't know, man. I'm just speaking for myself. I've never seen it go that way after like having a heavy fucking double portion of miso ramen or anything. And I know I'm as salty as the dead fucking sea right then. I've never seen it like that. So if that's the salt, then oh fuck.
Angelica, I'm gonna say this because I've never seen you here before, but I'm gonna call you out in a jokingly sweet way. You know, we get so many people like, check out my hot things now, like click on this link. And Angelica says, too much information, but I just had the best fingering session ever and my legs were shaking. I really needed that. I'm so relaxed now. And you know what's funny? If we weren't having this conversation, I don't think that would have popped up. So maybe they're just one of those check out my page people, or maybe they're not. There's no way to know. Thank you, Angelica, for that moment.
I know, like, if you are a bot, then this was just like, this was serendipitous timing, and if not, like, this was the right time of the stream, so thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Jillian, what if it doesn't have a big mushroom? What if it's got like what if it's more like a penetrator missile where it's got like a pointy, because some people, some people aren't circumcised, right? So it doesn't have a big old mushroom warhead. Some of them's got like more of a it's able to, armor piercing.
You know what, Angelica left a follow-up comment that said, I just had to share, and it seemed like the perfect stream. Okay, that could still be a bot thing. Angelica, if you're listening right now and you are not a bot, say, I don't know, ranch dressing. Just prove it.
Ranch dressing.
Just indulge
maybe
me.
not, because that's a little too perverse if you want to. Anyway.
Oh fuck, don't ruin ranch dressing for me.
So anyway, this is how you know we're a truly liberated community, because we can have these conversations. Now, it doesn't mean I like them all the time, because I'm actually very, like, I'm not gonna say I'm prude. I'm definitely not prude, but I'm absolutely like, can we just talk about, like, not those things? Oh, Tiger Boken's here. It's over now. I've seen Tiger Boken around. I know, like, there's always like tigers and manly men in those photographs of Tiger Boken. Facebook, YouTube, all of it.
Oh,
what's
fuck.
up, Tiger Boken?
They're not a bot.
Yeah, they're neither. No, Angelica's not a bot either. And CM is, though. He said ketchup.
I knew it. You're a fucking AI. Back behind the black wall for you, Helnikainen.
Wait, why is he gonna be a black wall? What the hell?
So play Cyberpunk. Fuck.
I do. I really have to play it. Barbecue sauce. Astaroth is a bot too.
God damn it. Okay, we're all over the condiment spectrum tonight, but that's good.
I guess so.
It's a part of the whole LGBTQ dietary supplement.
True. Tiger Boken says, "No, I am not a bot." I don't think you are. No, I believe you're not.
I was wondering. I always wonder where these streams are going to go. And I don't know what I was expecting tonight, but it certainly wasn't going to be talking about, I'm sorry, Wyatt, you asked for us to stop, but veiny, throbby man bits tonight.
I mean, it's not, look, you never know what you're going to get when you have a psycho and his best friend from you.
Absolutely. I wouldn't have it any other way.
I've recently decided gloves got to come off, filters got to come off, just within, so long as fucking Susan Wizjizki doesn't come and kill me and kill my channel, I've got to be me, and this is who I would be if we were hanging out. So this is what I'm doing. And people get it, like, I watch people's channels, right? Even EA. On EA's channel, he is always in character. And he would probably admit this.
I think so.
He's said that when he likes coming on our show because he gets to be himself.
Yeah, I love seeing EA, but at the same time, I see EA on his show as, like, I associate with the EA that we hang out with and play games and everything with. Like, that is EA to me, and when I see him on the show, it's like, I still like this guy, but this is you from a different lens. Like,
Right. And I mean, I do the same thing when it's just me alone, to be fair. Like, I'm not criticizing it, because when it's just me, like the other day when I did my day streams, I was a different guy. So you bring out the goofball, for sure, in me. So this is a real part of me, but it's not the part of me that's normally at play. Normally the part of me that's out is very much like the Batman. I'm very much like, yeah, I know, we'll go there and just fucking do whatever. You definitely bring out the goofball version.
It's so hot and tight in this soup. This suit, it's so soupy. Batman's having a little bit of a heat stroke right now.
Hot cheese.
Fucking that. Oh, the EA pants. You mean the pants like this?
Damn y'all fucking millennials in your skinny jeans and yoga pants and shit. The fuck? be naked.
I am
Fucking-
under these clothes. You don't even know.
You know, that's a joke that was old when I was fucking sperm in somebody's ball sack.
Fuck it. We're still finding a way to talk about man bits.
I don't know. Well, we got to switch topics. We're not going to be talking about magic anymore. We're literally just hanging out now. So, yeah. So, I don't know. I don't have many announcements. I will say that I have been doing daytime streams now by myself. They've been a little bit more current events oriented, but they include magic too. And they've been doing really well. And I want to thank you guys for watching me at night too. You know, the funky thing is when I do streams, they don't get me a lot of subs, but they get me a lot of views. When I do videos, they get me a lot of both, but they only do it. I mean, videos are ultimately better, but streams I enjoy. I enjoy the streams.
The videos are for business, but the streams are for the homies.
Mm-hmm. That's a fair way to put it. I mean, like, if I do a good video, it can be evergreen and I get views forever from it. If I do a stream, I don't get views beyond 3 or 4 days after I post it. So, but I am planning on streaming more than just Thursdays now. I don't know when. Like, I think it's only going to work for me if I can do it when I feel like it. If I've got a day that I stream besides Thursday, I think I'm going to burn out and hate it. I think I've got to be able to just, like, you know what? I'm in the mood to just bitch. And instead of doing my usual pre-planned videos that I do, because honestly, I want to be honest with you guys a little bit. I mean, I'm always honest with you, but I want to be a little bit more honest with you guys. I'm burnt out on thinking about video topics to make individual videos about. Number one, I am not doing like EA does. I'm not a publisher. I don't have somebody else's products to promote. I don't have some new thing I want to share all the time. A lot of my work is for myself and not for you. So what I see it as is, I understand social media and YouTube works like this, okay? Yes, you guys come here for the information, but you also come here because you think we're nice people and you like us and you want to feel like you got friends in the world and we're like you a little bit and you're into what we have to say and we're letting you into our lives a little bit. And I like to think that we're and I like to think that we're letting, like, the other way around. I like to think that you're letting us into your lives. And that's why I've got my Discord channel, because if you guys go to my Discord, like, I don't engage in it all the time, but you know what'll happen is I'll lurk for like a month and then I'll just go nuts. Like last night, and I spent like 4 hours chatting with people. Like I went crazy and it was like a little too much. But I understand that. And one of the things I said about in my last, I'm kind of going all over the place, but I'm trying to get to a point. One of my last streams that I did was talking about how this virtual world is killing us. Not to be like all South Park save our living room, but we've got to disconnect from this virtual bullshit a little bit. Like, one of the biggest laments that Fleshy and I have is that he's literally on as far as he can get and still be in America, short of being in Alaska or Hawaii from me. We literally will probably, if we meet, it's going to be because we pick a hotel halfway across the country and decide to hang out for a weekend somewhere. So it really sucks. I mean, I'm planning on meeting him someday.
Absolutely.
But the problem is when, where, and how, and we never know what the world's. So none of us have the face-to-face life that we're supposed to have. A lot of people Fleshy's age and younger, I still think you guys care about that. Maybe not as much as my generation does, but I still think you guys need that FaceTime too.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not even going to ask you guys to buy my shit tonight. We're going to skip that whole fucking thing. You can support me by like, sharing, and subscribing. But what I'm going to say is, if you guys really want to, if you guys want to salute me today, if you guys enjoyed this show, if you guys want to help me out today, make one day this week a day that you not only don't engage in social media, but talk to somebody. Go to a restaurant, and if your waiter seems cool, say something. And I'm a black magic motherfucker. I'm about to tell you like some love and light shit. Put on the receipt like you did a good job. Do something. Make somebody's real life day a little bit better. Mm-hmm. Turn off this fucking virtual lie, because that's what it is. Fleshy, I'm sure there's somebody in my area that's just like you, but I'm not even looking because you are the surrogate. You're the virtual surrogate. I'm not even looking. And we're all
Yep.
doing that. We're all making this mistake. We're all letting them. Here's part of the conspiracy. You're all being put deeper into the machine so that when the day comes, they get to dictate our lives because they'll be able to turn that machine off. So the more of our lives are virtual, the more they control us.
And let me put it another way. You know, we've been talking a lot this stream about lenses and how we shape our perceptions of things, but not the things themselves. What you find is determined by what you're looking for. If you're not, you know, if you find your surrogates, as DH said, if you find everything else online, you're not going to be looking for those things in your day-to-day, face-to-face interaction. So to piggyback off what he's saying, like, please truly go out into your physical manifestation of reality and look for it. Look for that human interaction, you know, say hi to people. Fucking be a good neighbor to somebody and look for
Or be a villain,
for
but
your
do
people.
it in real life. I mean, even if you have to be a villain, even if you must be a villain, do it for real. You know, flip somebody the bird as you're driving by if they deserve it, but be a real person again. Because that's what we're losing, and this is why we're losing our humanity and our compassion because of it. You know, the more time you spend online, the more you think online's the real world. It's not. It's becoming the real world. That's the point. They want it to be the real world. We can't let them have that. And Wyatt, I almost tear up when you say, I don't have any friends. I know you're here a lot. I can feel that, like, dude, if, you know, like you're like almost like the kid that if I was a cult leader, I could drag you in because I can tell. You know, you don't have a lot of people, but you do have friends, but you don't have a lot of physical interaction. And you're of that generation where you should. I mean, you're at the age, you're 14. 14 is when the training wheels come off and you're supposed to be out, you know, more and more. Yes, it's not like 24/7 when you're 14, but it picks up. 14 is when it picks up, and it's supposed to pick up. You should be going out, and you should have real life friends. Maybe you just don't get along with anybody. I get it. Not everybody's cool where you are, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Maybe you're a dick.
It's difficult. I maybe this is projecting a lot, but I feel like I'm going to be more true than untrue with saying that most people in this community maybe have a difficulty making those connections. Specifically like this.
Because we're weird.
Yeah, this niche community that we're in. It's fucking... I mean, yeah, you said it. We're weird, and we have niche fucking interests and niche fucking outlooks. It's a little bit hard to engage with people in that way. But I also like to think of it because I get disheartened by this occasionally, I like to think of it as quality over quantity, where it's just like fucking speed dating, but with people in a platonic context of like, I don't feel like... You know, here's my weirdness. You can't gravitate towards that. Like, there's no connection here. Like, okay, we're probably not going to have that much to get along with. Like, on to the next. Like, thanks for making it easy, at least.
Wyatt says, easy, Thorne. I'm able to halt everything if I notice you're getting cultish on me. You won't notice if I'm getting cultish. I've done this before. You won't notice.
Yeah, no one is immune to propaganda.
Yeah, a good cult leader is, you're going to, by the time you figure it out, it's too late.
And that's why you can trust us, is because we're telling you about it. And we lure them in deeper.
Right? Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, a cult, it literally is a cult of personality. You've got a charismatic leader, and people go, I know it's wrong, but my body says yes. That's what happens. Because they're disarming. Look at fucking Charlie Manson. Look at all these people. Look at me. I'm not the greatest at it. I'm not saying like, oh, I'm the greatest cult leader ever lived. No. I'm not saying that in the slightest. What I'm saying is I've done it before. I knew what it took. I got people. I manipulated people. I guess I am proud of it. Let me be honest. I guess I am proud of it a little bit. But I also learned my lesson from it. I saw how much it hurt me and the people I cared about to be like that. So I've tried to turn it into a force for positivity in my life instead of turning it into a pyramid scheme where everything serves me. You know, I watch our community grow, and I watch the relationships that happen. And I am glad that people will tell me to fuck off if necessary. But I do also notice the unfair kindness that I get too. If Thorne says something, people are listening. I'm no different than you guys. Yeah, sometimes I say some pretty brilliant shit, but you know what? I got a YouTube channel. That's my I put, you know, I'm a schlub like everybody else. Right? And there's times where I do notice, and people go, "Oh, Thorne," because people get egoistic about it, like, "No, I wouldn't do that, Thorne. Yeah, but you forget I read. I look at people, I go, "Yeah, but I know what you're doing. I can see the kissing. I can see the thing. You don't mean to do it. I never mean to do it either, but I do it. Like when I see somebody that I admire, I kiss their ass. Look at Behemoth X. Behemoth X shows up here. Do I feel inferior to Behemoth X? No, but I plant mwah, mwah, on each cheek every time. Is he better than me? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Does he know more than me? Probably not. But I admire the shit out of it. So I give him that veneration, right? Mm. And I see the veneration I get. Do you know how easy it is for a cult leader to turn veneration into worship? How easy? It's not far. It's a step.
I mean, fucking the Kool-Aid Man is a good example. It was Flavor Aid, by the way.
Oh, was it? I thought it was Kool-Aid.
No, it was Flavor Aid.
Fuck, man, poor Kool-Aid. They got the rap and the sales because of that.
Yeah, now it's fucking like $15.99 per packet on eBay if you want to try Flavor Aid. Plus, you got to get the bitter almonds to go with it to really get the correct flavor.
So Wyatt says, you do realize that 90% of all that unnecessary kindness is a joke, right? Like, you're an excellent and intelligent teacher, but I'm not. Well, here's the thing about a good manipulative cult leader. I'm not doing the offerings up. That's one variation of it. A skillful cult leader, it's not going to be about worshiping me. It's just going to be about doing what I want you to do. And you won't realize that. So you'll think it's your idea is what I'm getting. You'll think, oh, I'm independent anytime. Wyatt, you're here every Thursday. After I scolded you. I'm just saying, it's not because I'm awesome that you're here. It's because I want you here. I want you all here. Why? I like to think I have benevolent intentions. But I'm telling you, don't even trust me.
Yeah, nobody gets well known unless they want to be well known.
Bingo. I don't need to give you guys all of this. I could just be hanging out in the fleshy and talking about this stuff and probably... So why do I do this? I'm a vampire, guys. You're all feeding me right now. I'm just telling you. You know, vampire likes to be invited in. We like to be known what we are. Why am I here? What do I get out of this? What am I getting out of doing this? Why do I share with you guys all these things? Why do I talk about these things? Is it because I care so goddamn much for a bunch of names on a screen? Now, some of you I like to think I know, like Atropa. Atropa, you message me and you say sweet things and I get to know you a little bit. Wyatt, I get to know you too. I care. I'm not saying I don't care. What I'm saying is that I'm not being altruistic. I'm not sitting here going like, I want to save you. I don't want to save you. This serves me. I'm putting out this stuff because I'm hoping that echo will return to my ear. I'm shouting, you know why someone like me shouts, "You are God" so loudly? It's so that it echoes and I hear it.
Echo,
right, exactly. I want to be told I'm God. So I'm telling you, you're God. That's what I mean, Wyatt. You don't want to. That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't know. A good cult leader will make you think that you want to do this. Look up Charlie Manson and all the people who served him. I'm not saying, I don't know whether he's a good guy or a bad guy, but look at them. They literally thought it was their idea to do what they did.
That's funny because Eddie and I were just having a convo about Manson recently. I would say Jim Jones would be an even better example.
Okay, probably, because I think Charlie gets misunderstood a lot, to be fair.
I'm not defending him, but
right.
I would say that's accurate. The true story, he's not a good guy, but it's a little bit wrapped and the reality is a little bit different, I think. But Jim Jones is a good fucking example of that.
So, Wyatt, here's the funny thing. Even right now, do you notice you're challenging what I'm telling you? You're saying, I could drop it if I wanted. So in a way, you're actually reinforcing the control I might have over you. I'm not saying I am doing that to you. I'm saying that I'm reading that going, I'm a manipulator inside. Ronzael is one of my archetypes that I'm very strong with. So I look at that and I go, oh, good. So you think you could ditch me anytime? Good. Excellent.
And this is to say that none of us are immune to, and my take on it, none of us are immune to propaganda. We all need to recognize the way in which influence affects us, because it does affect all of us.
So right now, Wyatt, in a weird backwards way, you're defending me. Like, you don't realize that you're defending me right now. By saying I'm here because I want to be, not because you have control over me. You're literally defending me. And I'm telling you I'm a monster. Please think about that in a mirror. I mean that in a metaphorical way. Metaphorical mirror. Think about that. I'm telling you not to trust me. And you're saying, I could leave anytime. I'm here because I want to be. Now, I appreciate that. But recognize the rebound effect that's going on. Maybe in a better way. Maybe a better response to that would be, I hear you. I'll pay attention. Because I don't question that if you figured it out, you could leave. That I don't question. A good cult leader won't let you figure it out. I hope you see what I'm getting at. I really do. I hope you're getting what I'm saying, because it's not, it is not a warning like, oh, I'm trying to get you. It's that, and it's not because I think you're gullible. It's that we fall for our own shadow. We fall for our own shadow. Every time. I do it too. Why it says, I get what you're saying, but you hold some really good information. Is that so hard to deny? You have a reason to hold ego. I don't deny that. That's not, but here's the thing. What I would say is that I don't even know if my information's that good. You hear information and your inner guru says, listen, I'm not saying I have good information. I'm saying I'm a good blowhard. I'm a loud noise, and you like that noise. That's the only thing I'm willing to admit. And I'm not being self-deprecating. You know I don't like that self-deprecation. I'm being sincere in this. I don't know. I don't know if I have good information. I'm just being sincere. One of the reasons why I think the spirits favored me is because I said I was going to be sincere. So I'm being sincere right now. Wyatt says, I'm pretty sure I understand, but now your words are getting more sinister as we go. I'm always sinister, guy. You just don't always see it.
I like to think that when we get this on the nose about things too, it's like, it's just fun to play it up.
Mm-hmm. Atropa just said it perfectly at one of her prior. She says, speaking about Manson, they did everything he wanted them to do without actually ever saying it. I've watched recent interviews with some of the girls that were on the murders, and they still crack a smile when talking about him. Yes.
You know, I'm a little bit of a... I've perceived it from a little bit of a different light, and again, not an apologist or anything, but I kind of viewed Manson as somebody who, above all else, wanted control over people. He wanted to be worshipped. And after a couple of events that kind of got out of his control, out of his hand, they put the idea forth as like, oh, this is your message. This is what you were saying. Different interpretation. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe he controlled it. I see him as a little bit of an idiot. I don't give him as much credit. They're like, this is your idea. We have to go do those things to these people. And he was so in love with the control that he could not risk losing it by saying, fuck, this is getting out of hand. It's like, okay. I guess we're going for this now, and allowed it to happen, which still makes him culpable.
It still does, yeah. And let's not forget, not every cult leader knows they're a cult leader till it's too late.
Good point.
You know, it's a slippery slope. You get people following you, and you start swinging your big dick around, or your boobs, or whatever the hell it is that leads everybody around. You start doing that thing, and next thing you know, absolute power corrupts absolutely. So, and Wyatt very skillfully just pointed out, the first step of hypnotic induction is not to ever let the person know they're being hypnotized. I've done it before, works like a charm, but I don't try to go overboard with it like the Manson case. And I actually do. One of the reasons that I'm so like, hey, by the way, I might be manipulating you, is precisely because it's just an intuitive thing about me. Fleshy, I know you've learned over time how to resist, but you know how persuasive I can be.
Hey, sometimes it works for the better. Wildlands is now one of my favorite fucking games. True, and I've played it like 4 times over without you.
And let's not forget Sea of Thieves too. You were like, oh, Microsoft Store, fuck you. And then it was like, all right, fuck it.
Okay, in all honesty, I was playing that up, but I was very annoyed by it.
All right, fair.
But, oh God, I just had, so this might be off on a little tangent, but I've got a fun story about the Manson case.
I don't know much about Manson, so I'm learning as we go. Go ahead.
I forget the guy's name, and I haven't totally fact-checked this, so take this with a grain of salt. I want to say it was belladonna root.
Okay.
When they were staying in the desert and everything, they were with this guy who they were experimenting with hallucinogens and whatnot, and he brewed up whatever herb it was into a tea, which you are meant to ingest a little bit of to get the hallucinogenic properties. This motherfucker who was following Manson walked up, saw it, and fucking chugged the tea, and then, so to speak, ate the worm at the bottom, fucking swallowed the belladonna, or whatever it was. And the guy making it was just like, you're fucking insane. It's like, what did I do? It's like, you're only supposed to have a little bit of the diluted tea. You drank all of it and ate the fucking root. And this guy, suddenly realizing what the fuck he had unintentionally signed up for, just, presumably shat his fucking pants. And then he was literally never the same. His mind was broken because he was not ready. He went in the deep end real fucking hard. And I want to say it was like 3 days that he was just in a different place. And
we all need to go to that place sometimes.
We all need to go that place sometimes, but maybe not for that long. Maybe not against your
True.
Against your will, so to speak. This guy did it wrong, and it didn't help that he was in a panicked state right before it of what the fuck did I just do?
True. almost like that story about the guy who like brought a bunch of acid to a concert and put it under his shirt, and he sweated and it went through his skin. And now he thinks he's a glass of orange juice for the rest of his life.
Oh man,
that's actually supposedly a true story, but it's not. But it is, but it's not. Like certain elements of it, I think it was a Long Island.
Even if it's fake, I believe it. Like
right?
that happened to somebody,
even
if it wasn't this guy.
Yeah. Well, I think if you look it up, it was a Long Island guy. But yeah.
Oh, the island, yeah.
Long Island. Long Island. We were showing Jackass my island last night because Jackass lives on like a 100 person population island somewhere in the North universe. And I showed him like, I'm like, here, look at Long Island. Because I'm like, you got 100 people living on your island, right? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, all right, what's the population of Australia? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, 25 million. He's like, oh, that sounds like a lot. I'm like, yeah, that's a lot. You know what the population of Long Island is? He's like, no, almost 7 million. And that's not counting New York City. That's just Long Island.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, whoa. I'm like, yes. And that's not even, that would be like a little tiny sliver of the map of Australia. It'd be like a little tiny little fingernail blip of, like, it's way too populated here. It's crazy.
Yeah, that was the trippiest thing. So I've talked about this before, how I am originally from California and I'm a Washington transplant.
No.
I know it doesn't come out with my accent or my
gender stuff, none of it. It's just all
or how I like to say like a lot. Yeah,
well,
no,
dude, no, that's spread to the East Coast too, man. My generation is all about the likes.
Okay, but California has a particular usage of like and an abundance.
And to be fair, you taught me to say I mean. I never said that before I met you. The whole I mean, like that's a you thing.
Oh fuck! Is it really? I have this convo. Like one of my friends is an Aussie, and
they don't
it's
exist.
one of the.
They're not real.
It's one of the. I know they're all spies. It's one of those things where it's like I don't have an accent. Everybody talks like me, but then she gets on and like, no, you guys absolutely have an accent. It's like, well, fucking, what does it sound like then? Anyways. When I moved to Washington, it was a fucking trip and a half for me because it's like, wow, there's green everywhere. There's space between the things. This feels so good. I'm still obviously in civilization, but there's so much room for nature. Mm-hmm. How was I missing this all my life? And then about 6 months after moving here, I went back to California for a wedding. And on the plane ride over, I came back over one of the big cities that I lived just outside of growing up. And I saw there was no nature. Mm-hmm. Everything was slam packed right next to each other. You might get the occasional little like pocket park or something like that. And just knowing the population density within there and how nut to butt everybody is. Mm-hmm. And I started feeling claustrophobic again. It was like, oh my God, this was just my normal. I didn't realize how trapped I felt all my life growing up.
I know that feeling.
Dude, it's crazy. If you live in the city, like seriously, it's just getting out for a few months, it completely changes your perspective.
I'll even say if you live in the heart of the city, like if you live like in Manhattan, it feels less uncomfortable, believe it or not, I think, than it does on Long Island, for example.
Really?
So, yeah, I think so. Because the city is more like, it's so populated that you kind of invert the tension.
You're on the, you've completely gone past the, what is it with robotics? The uncanny valley. You've completely pushed past the uncanny valley and gone to the other side where everything's Gucci. But when you're on the cusp, it's weird.
I think so. And I'm not saying, I don't know, because I've spent some time in the city and I don't usually feel uncomfortable in the city. But here's the thing. Well, New York City notwithstanding, because New York City is like way fucking, not only woke, but it's also like police state. Fucking, I hate New York City. But like Philadelphia feels more comfortable to me. Especially the old quarter. Oh man, I love that part. Anyway,
yeah.
So Long Island, like so you live here, you get used to it. You don't feel anything different. You go away for a weekend, especially this time of year around fall. We'll go to like my uncle-in-law's cabin for like Columbus Day weekend or something, see the colors and all that shit. And
Oh, the fucking stereotype about New York leafers is true.
well, we have them right where I live too. You don't have to go upstate for it, but you go up there and it's even better. So we go up there and we'll spend like a weekend or a week at the cabin this time of year. We haven't done it in a long time, but we'll do that. And man, you just, you start getting used to the calm. You don't have the sound of like trains and cars. And right now the fucking school field is packed at like 8 o'clock at night with the band marching back and forth. Like you're trying to watch TV. You have to close all the windows and doors and shit. You can have a nice evening. You get like really, and it's not, I mean, I've shown you where I live. It's
Yeah.
at least as populated as where you live currently, but there's no escaping it. Like you could probably drive like a half hour and go out into the woods. I have to drive 3 hours. Like I have to drive 3 hours to get to a legit woods, and everything else is like a park, and
Yeah. And
So-
I
there's a tension that hits when you get onto my island. It's in the traffic. It's right as soon as you cross over and you get on. It's almost like a spiritual pressure, and it's an oppressive pressure. And so when you go away for like a weekend even, and you come back, you feel it like within. It's like you're like, oh, fuck, this is just gross. Can't deny what you. That's what I'm saying. I totally relate, and I'd ante it, like I'd put one more chip on top of it. Like there's a spiritual element to it too. It's not just I see so many people. There's certain areas have a spirit to them, and that spirit isn't always compatible with us. Some people thrive in a place like where where I live. I don't.
Some
I
people
don't like it.
can connect to that chaos. The chaos represents change and a constant moving of situation that they can take advantage of. It's so what you just described to me, and maybe, the introverts among you, because believe it or not, despite the fact that we're on a live stream right now, DH and I are both heavily introverted. And maybe you guys will know what I'm talking about when I say one of the most peaceful experiences is being at a party, but not at the party,
Right.
but just outside, having a cigarette, having whatever, where you can still hear the din of what's happening, but you are not immediately connected to it. There is a peace and serenity in knowing that I am choosing not to be social right now. I can go right out there and escape, or I can choose to go in and be a part of all of this. I am right in the hedge, and I have the choice of whatever I want. It's even if it's not a very active party, even if it's a very chill kickback, if everything around you is just a kickback constantly and you have no choice, that is a particular type of chaos. The fact that you cannot choose your surrounding, it's what you say with the whole voluntary thing. That's different. It's very different from having a hedge.
It's like we're Batman, right? Batman loves to sit and perch on the rooftops and watch the city, but not necessarily be down amongst them all walking around. And I will say yes, I am exquisitely introverted, but I'm an extroverted introvert in that 4 out of 5 days a week, I'd actually like to be at a club, but I don't want to be in the middle dancing. I literally want to be perched on the corner watching everybody. I don't want to be in your life, but I as a predator, like where do predators like to be? Right on the fringe of the herd, so they can pick out food.
You want to be like Jay Sauber, just back there like, I'll buy you a drink.
Yeah, I feel that. But I do like to hold court, and that's what my friends used to say. Like, that's true. So I'm an introverted extrovert. I like to be, like when I'd go to the club, I would like to find that corner that suits me, and then have people come and just congregate around, just a few in a very what's the word I'm looking for? Intimate way,
Yeah.
And then one of my favorite things in the world is to get a little bit of a buzz on from whatever I got and just listen to everybody talking and just vibe with all the conversations going on. And just because I can listen to like 5-6 conversations at once, like especially if I'm a little buzzed and I can really just relax. I can tune into 5 conversations and totally, like, I follow them all. Like I listen and just go, oh yeah, oh wow, well, your cousin's really not doing good, huh? And I'm listening to like everything, and I pick up almost everything. And then sometimes I'll like, if you read in the Vampire Handbook, I described that. And I don't know if that's something everybody does or if that's a vampire trait or if it's something I do. But I feed off of conversations. I just listen to people and I go, oh, they're an asshole. They're a nice person. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, talk about that space station thing. That's pretty cool. And just all this random shit appeals to me. Like, I'll actually listen to YouTube like that. I'll put on 3 or 4 YouTube stations, believe it or not, and I'll listen to them all at once. I'm not kidding. I'll do that sometimes.
Fuck. You know what? People think I'm crazy for listening to, video essays and just YouTube in general at double speed. That if they think I'm crazy, then this crazy guy is looking at you like, what the fuck?
I don't do it all the time, but I have enjoyed it. Like, I'll put 2 or 3 on and I'll keep them low. Preferably chats like ours. I want to hear people talking amongst themselves. There's a difference, like when someone's talking at you, like I can't do Vsauce and Mr. Ball in Shorts. Like, I can't do those together. But what I can do is I'll put on 2 or 3 live streams and listen to those people talking, because it's not dependent on me engaging with it. They're just going to keep talking.
I see what you're saying. I'm going to try that actually sometime. That seems like it would be interesting. And, because you brought up Mr. Ballin, go commit a felony on that like button. And
I do see people are liking this channel today. Like, we got 45 out of 42 concurrent. I mean, I think we got almost 70. So 30 of you, were a little parasitic on this stream. I don't appreciate that. But no, thank you guys for hitting that like button.
Fuck. That's what I was going to say. There's something really nice, I find, with the whole conversations, picking up on a bunch of them, where I don't give a fuck about cave diving, but I never plan on doing it. Just, I can't. Maybe that's a shadow, fucking whatever. I will absolutely listen to somebody talking about cave diving if they are enthusiastic about it. That is what I connect with. If you are passionate about what you are speaking on, I will eat it up. It's that maybe it's a vampiric thing or whatever. I love the enthusiasm.
I get that. Like, it's almost like you're feeding off the energy of the vibe. Yeah. Wyatt Coverdale says, Yepson and Fleshy, Yepson and DH Thorne, I love your voices so much. It's existential comfort that I listen and rewatch your live streams at 75% speed. You know what's really fun? Listen to your favorite YouTuber at 50% speed and see if they sound drunk. Like, I like Styx Hexenhammer. If you listen to Styx Hexenhammer at 50% speed, dude, it sounds like he's... And then you've got to, and it's like, oh my god, they sound totally sloshed. Like, try it right now. Like, reduce the speed, like rewind this a little bit and put it half speed and see how we sound. It's so fucking entertaining if you listen to it long enough that way, and you'll actually stop, like, you'll forget that you have it half speed and think like, damn, these guys are drunk.
There are certain people who I exclusively listen to double speed, where when I have to listen to them normal, it's like,
Rupert Spira.
I never noticed you had a speech impediment. Like, what the fuck? Or like, why do you sound drunk right now? It's because you're talking normal. Okay. Fuck.
I get that. I can't imagine listening to me at double speed. I think I talk too fast already.
No, I don't think so. It's fucked, because I think I actively try to do this, as some of you may have picked up when I'm telling stories. I try to alter the pace to keep it interesting, going fast and then going slow. Is that I think people pick up with slow now I'm becoming cognizant that I'm doing it subconsciously.
Talk a little bit slower.
That people appreciate slower conversation a little bit more, which is weird that I feel the need to speed it up and, like I'm a fucking achievement hunter, get through it faster. I don't know what that speaks to me about, but yeah.
There's definitely a sweet spot. I mean, when I used to take, I only did it once, like for like one semester in high school. When we did like the speech class, and there's definitely something to be said for talking with energy and quick. But then there's also something to be said for talking really intentionally and speaking in a way which is fully dramatic and has inflection. And you really enunciate everything a little bit at a time, and you sound so much more confident and full of yourself. Rather than, oh my god, you got to hear non-duality guys, being a spaz. But both can work for different reasons.
Yeah.
I like to vary my speed, personally.
The fast is for when you want to paint the forest, and the slow is for when you want to paint the tree.
Mm.
And sometimes
that sounded a little bit gay, but I think you might be right.
Only a little bit gay. I'm fucking bisexual, let's not forget. Even though I fucking make all the jokes of, hi, I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm fucking bi.
I know. That's part of the fun. Well, because you have to realize there is a generational thing going on. Back in my generation, it was all just that. And I can't even, I guess I shouldn't, like you said, that, you know, it's terms are terms and they mean things to different people. But I don't know. When people correct me, I try to do better. I try, you know, I try. I don't always get it, but I try.
It's one of those interesting things because, I mean, definitions are what's the word? The way we define words in the dictionary is not, you know, 10 commandments, this is the way it is and it is unchangeable. It is defined based off the way that we are using them. And that's why, you know, literally means both literally, as you all expect, and something that is figurative, because people have been using literally as figurative much.
I mean, colloquialism usually has a bad meaning, but yeah, we mean something colloquially differently than maybe what its textbook meaning is, and meanings evolve, like the word chaos. You know, the word chaos originally means gap, and then it becomes to mean disorder, and you know, all this other shit. And so yeah, absolutely, like literally changes its meaning for a lot of people. And gay, faggot, like that's why I put that Simpsons thing. And I'm talking about a bundle of sticks. That wasn't a slur, you fools.
No, fuck it. He was talking about me, and he has the goddamn permission to use that word from a bi man.
And I've never used it, even though you've given me the card. I mean, you haven't mailed it to me yet. I'm still waiting for it to come in laminated, but yeah, there was some issue with your photo. Every time we try to print it out, it just gets like a fucking middle finger in there. We're not sure what that is. I'm not sure.
The agenda is getting on it though, but we've got a lot of we got pegging to get to first, and then
oh man. I had that dream once. It wasn't good. Oh man.
I was talking to somebody in the community recently who told me that the moment that they find a man who is down to peg, they'll probably marry them. And we just fucking started sharing stories. That's not going anywhere other than that was just an entertaining thing that happened.
That was just for
recently.
those who know. That was just for the Rainbow Coalition hanging out in our chat. They'll understand. I'm just going to allow it. Just going to let it wash over. We're going to treat it like somebody farted in a elevator, but we don't know who, and we're not going to call anybody else on it.
Yeah, we're all going to pretend we don't know who it was, but we work together and we absolutely recognize whose brand that just was.
Oh crap. Well, I guess we're approaching the time of fuck it all. We're almost on hour 4, so I'm kind of done spiritually speaking. We've had a good hangout. I see the numbers starting to droop. Once I see like we hang around 35 and we stay there, 35 to 40 and we stay there, that's a good time to end it. So I want to start off by thanking everybody again, as always, like we do every Thursday. And you know, these are our fun streams. I treat the fleshy streams as the fun night out. But you know, what makes it fun, I don't know, man, like, I remember we were thinking about this for years, like, well, we should do video games maybe, and we were like kicking around, and I'm so glad that you do this with me, because it's like a fun way to just hang out with you. Like, we'd be doing this, I shouldn't say we'd be doing the same thing, because I'm a totally different person when we're just playing video games. But this is a fun thing to do with you, and I'm glad that everybody else is. I see a lot of new people, a lot of old people here tonight.
Yeah, like,
I don't know, man. It's fun.
The thing that I find cathartic about this, and this came up in the chat earlier, is, you know, I made a joke and somebody was asking me the details of it, is yes, full disclosure, like DH and I have an agreement where I'm kind of on the payroll if I have some fiscal incentive to be here. But that is after he had to fucking twist my arm to accept that. Like, the ultimate reason why I'm here is because I enjoy this, and I see this as an extension of just us hanging out. I mean, obviously, if we're fucking chewing it up about video games and anything that fucking fancies our interest, and it's kind of like the show is also happening in the meantime, and I fucking love this, and I can only hope that everybody else does too, because I just love hanging out with you and with Camilla. You guys are my friends.
Yeah, and that's a bit, and why not get paid for it if we can occasionally? Not that, that's the reason we do it. I mean, is it an incentive? Abso-fucking-lutely. Is it the reason? No. I will say we did good this month, but of course it doesn't hurt that I did a couple extra streams, but we did pretty good this month when it comes to chat revenue and all that. And, I mean, it's been a while since I was able to, because full disclosure, Fleshy and I have like almost like when you have a quota, like I have an agreement with him because of Facebook takes a fuck ton of % out of what I get. YouTube takes a fuck ton of % out of any money I make. So I kind of have it like, okay, well, between the fees on everything and blah, 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 I only give him a cut when it reaches a certain threshold. Maybe that's not fair to some people, but Fleshy was like, he's not lying. I literally insisted because I told him if I ever get to a certain size in popularity, I start making it, I want to make sure that you look, I don't know what kind of income you make. I have a feeling you make better money than I do. It seems like you do, but I like to make sure
I'm comfortable.
I like to make sure that my friends and people get a piece of the action if I'm doing something. And yes, I want to, like, yeah, I'm the brand, okay? I admit that, and I make sure that that's the fact. But Fleshy is an important part of my Thursday, and I like, it's not even rewarding him. I like being able to say, hey, go get yourself a fucking turkey sandwich or some shit with your cut of the night. So,
yeah, and two things really quick. Gilligan, you say you love dark ambient music. Trust me. Look up Kilimanjaro Dark Jazz Ensemble. Thank me later. Yeah, if going back to the whole you are not immune to propaganda thing, he knows me so well that I think you were doing this. At the very least, on a subconscious level, you knew exactly how to twist my arm with the arguments and presenting as this is something I need to do, where it's like, oh, you know me so well that I can't argue with that because that is a thing that I hold in high regard. Fuck, I have to accept.
Well, it was honest because it's like,
yeah,
it's like, what if I become like,
yeah, I don't want that to come across like you were manipulative or anything.
I mean,
it's just like
I'm sure I was
such
manipulative.
You know what I'm trying to say. It was just such the perfect. I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse. It's like it was from the heart, but at the same time, it was exactly the fucking buttons. Fucking.
A good salesman will find a reason why you both profit from the sale. But no, I mean, the way I looked at it was, I know you're probably going to be here anyway. And I'm not trying to incentivize you to be here because I know you probably don't care about the little piddlings that we do. But my own noble sense of self, my own pride says that I want you to profit off of this because if I do, I don't want your charity either, right? If you're here just being sweet to me, I don't like that. Like, I look at that and I go, oh, come on, this motherfucker, he's taking the chats, he's this and he sees all the money flying back and forth. Not that it's a ton, but it's, it makes a dent sometimes, guys. Like, those weekends where I make, those Thursdays where I make $100 off of this, that makes a big dent in my week. I'm not, that I live off of that. Like, that's not a joke. Even
if it is just ice cream money, then it's nice to be able to say, like, I can actually go get ice cream this weekend and not have to worry about pulling from savings or anything like that.
Yeah. Precisely, yeah. But I also want you to know that you're valuable to me, not just as a friend, but you do a service that matters to me. Like it's like not many people would do the job that you do for fun, let alone for profit, and be able to do it as well. Look at the shit that you'll do. You will literally like if I say I don't know if I can make it on because my internet's out. I was. I'm pretty sure you would have made a post for me on my YouTube because I gave you access.
Oh yeah, I was getting ready for it.
I mean, you do things that I would never ask you to do, like it belongs to you. I wouldn't do that for you, and I love you. I'm just being honest. I'm horrible at that shit. So I highly respect that you would do that.
It's funny because I've interacted with people in the community too, because I think we both do pick up on people fairly well, even when they're not trying to broadcast shit. Where like there are people who just it's weird because I don't see myself in like as a position of like community leader or anything like that. Like I'm just
you are one now, man. You better like, just swallow that frog, dude. You are one now.
Yeah, but like I'm on here just chewing it up with you, but because I have your name attached to me, it's like, oh, but
it may have started that way, but Fleshy is his own egregore now. I mean, I know that because I see how people talk about you. You're your own character, and yes, maybe I opened the door, but you fell through it, and everybody fell in love with the way you fell.
Oh, but what I'm trying to get at is there's some people who like very obviously want to be in my position, not necessarily with you, but they want to be in a position like me. And at the same time, just getting to know them more, it's like, I don't think it's like everything that happens doesn't just happen on the live streams. Like there's the everything else, and like interacting with you, I can tell that I don't think you are actually prepared for what you think you're signing up for.
Especially not with D.H. Thorne as your asshole.
Well, that's a particular brand of crazy. I don't know if anything can prepare you for that. But
that's right. That's right.
I said this recently to a member of the community who said it as if they would shock me of some of the private messages they get from consults and whatever else. They're like, yeah, can you believe that? I'm like, I'm in this community, dude. You say that like you expect it's going to shock me. If we went to a live mic, an open mic, sorry, and we just very plainly and honestly spoke about just our reality of what it's like being in this situation, everybody would laugh because they think it's comedy, because that sounds so ridiculous.
Well, that's like that Reddit post I put the other night. Now that was a funny stuff, but I used to get I stopped getting those as much. I think I've got like I've got the glamour of the scary evil guy now. So people, you know, I don't get quite as many goofballs asking me stupid questions. But that Reddit post I put about the bee landed on my hand, and I work with Artemis. Does that mean, what is it? Does it mean something?
Oh, yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't want to diss anybody who sincerely asks questions like that, but there's a lot of people who ask questions like that, and a lot of us just groan like, oh man. And that's on the light side of it. I've had people beg me to turn them into a pig. I'm not kidding you. They weren't kidding. They weren't being ironic. I've had people begging me to the point where I had to block them. You need to turn me into a pig. I totally deserve it. I'm a piece of crap. Turn me into a pig. I know you can. And it's like, get a doctor. Like, you know, don't envy us. Believe it or not, this is a job. In as much as we love it, and we do, and we would do it if there wasn't money in it. This is a job too. I can't explain it, man. It's I wouldn't change it, but I wouldn't suggest you quit your day job for it, any of you.
Yeah, you know, and if you're thinking of getting into it, like seriously honest advice, just you're gonna get some things that are very fulfilling, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're going to get things that are fulfilling, but you're also going to get your share of what the fuck did I sign up for? Oh, somebody's asking for you to turn them into a pig.
They're joking. I know what to say.
No, I know.
I'll tell you though, when I first got active in the community and I became a little bit of a professional doing rituals for hire, I went to dinner with my wife. I went to Chili's, and I remember walking in there and I felt like, dude, I am literally a professional sorcerer. Do you know what that fucking feel? I felt like D&D became real for a minute. I'm like, wait a minute, let me.
Like if I was to make business cards right now.
Yes, I wanted to tell the waiter, like, you know what I do for a living, right? Now I wasn't, and I even said to my wife, could you imagine the day that that becomes like a thing I do for a living? Like I wasn't even there yet. I was just doing it on part-time. Like I might make like 1 or 2 clients a month and make like $100 out of it. And we went to dinner because I was so excited about it. And yeah, I do have business cards that I do, by the way. If you buy something from me, you'll probably get one of these.
Fuck, I might have had like a cognitive blind. I might have gotten one of those in the package.
Yeah, you might have. I don't send them in every one. I had to get a new batch because I had my old phone number on my old batch. I had to throw them all out. I got rid of my phone number. I don't want to use a phone number. Just email me or Linktree me. Everything's there. We live in the 2020s now. You don't need fucking phones anymore. Just fucking click a link.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of emails,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
not that anybody's
go.
gonna watch this, but the mailing thing got delayed because of drama in the community, drama in my life. But we're doing it this week. I believe coming up is going to be the next edition where we have articles, and I believe Eddie and I don't remember for sure if Eddie's gonna be and Red Rabbit is probably going to be doing another one, as well as myself. That should be coming out on the 13th. So next week, I believe I don't remember what day of the week next week, but coming out next week should be out. So if you haven't already, click the link in the description and sign up for the newsletter so that you get that. Excuse me. Pardon me. Burpity burp.
Yeah, and you know what? So I think you should put, because I signed up for your mailing list, and one thing, maybe you should point as a page on your website or something for like, hey, this is what you get with the mailing list, and this is how to submit and all of that, or this is kind of like write to me if you have this kind of a thing. And as now a fellow website owner, very exclusive club, nobody can do it by just going onto Google. We need to get you a big boy emailing address. None of that Gmail shit anymore. We need to get you like Thorne at Mind the Shadows.
Well,
I can set that up for you.
I could. I was going to do it all through fucking, what's her name? It's fucking the race car driver girls, GoDaddy or whatever it is. But, it's also, I mean, I think I had it on there, but, I don't mind Thorne at Gmail. I don't care about that.
What hosting site are you using? Is it Bluehost?
No hosting anymore. I was using GoDaddy to host a website, and then what ended up happening was I didn't like the way the website looked, and it cost too much. So I kept the domain name. So I still have a domain. But one of the things that's pissing me off is, so I have a blog on Blogger, and I use the domain name to point to that blog. But the problem is the security certificate doesn't, because I don't have a website attached to GoDaddy. The certificate that I paid for does nothing because there's no way to link to that certificate, because there's no website to host it, because it's not on the blog, because it doesn't connect to the blog no matter what I've done. I've done tech support, and they're like, we don't know, it doesn't work, blah, blah, blah. So even though the blog's got all, like if you type in the Blogger link, no problem. But if you type in mindtheshadows.com, it goes to it, but it'll tell you it's an attack site. It's not. It's just the SSL doesn't work.
I know exactly what you're saying. I had a very similar issue, but for different reasons when I set up my website.
So what I might do is, like, when it comes time to renew everything with GoDaddy, I'm just going to be like, fuck you, I'm going to buy the domain through my Blogger thing, because then it should have everything attached to it. And originally the SSL worked, and then it stopped working because I deleted the website itself. And so let's put it this way. In order to have it point to my blog through GoDaddy, I would have had to pay for the domain and host just to literally have a redirect to my blog site. And I'm not doing it. Like, what is it, like, $100 a year for that shit? Like, no, I can spend that money so many better places. No, not doing it. And honestly, my goal someday is to have a website where I can actually store videos that I can do like EA does, so I can sell video training courses and stuff and have them hosted there and not have to worry about people stealing them and all that shit. So, but that's I don't know if I'm ever going to do that, honestly, because there's a big part of me that doesn't want to do those kinds of things. If I did, you know what I like Poke Runyon when he did that companion video to his book. Release the companion video for free and the book is what costs. That's probably what I'll do. Because, you know, well, I still believe that information should be included. Like, the work is what costs. The information is free. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Like the accoutrement, the things that make it nicer, easier, what have you. Like the things that you put above and beyond effort into, like, yeah, at that point, chip in a little bit. But the information, information is information.
Especially spiritual information. Especially, you know.
I'm absolutely copy left in that regard. Or just, it should be open. But that being said, if you want to go that way with things, let's talk, because especially because you have links to Patreon and everything, there are ways now that you can
I know Vimeo does it.
Yeah, well there's ways that you can have integration, especially with Patreon, to like, hey, if somebody is included, like, link your Patreon to this, and that's the way that you can get access to these videos and whatnot.
Well, I mean, I know you're doing all that programming stuff you're learning. I could always throw you $100 and have you splice together a shitty page for me, and that'd be fun. I'd pay for that, but you know, we'll have to see, because I'm going to see what I'm going to do.
You want a funny story about that? I was looking through one of the programs that I use basically every day. I wrote a program that was just open up all of these stupid tabs that I use for my classes every day, and a couple, you know, other things that I need alongside that. I wrote this program, and I get to the very end of it, and there's a line that I understand what it means, but it makes no fucking sense after you've been away from it for a while. It basically just says, if name is main, then main. Like
main, M-I-N-E? Right?
M-A-I-N.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I understand, but this reads like a fucking shit post. This is something that Victorious would write if he was into programming.
Right? Oh man, I miss doing Neverwinter scripting, man. There was actually a pleasure in just creating a basic fucking, because you know what I specialized in with Neverwinter Nights scripting is I like to make modular scripts so that I didn't have to write a new script every time I wanted to do something. I could plug in things. I could plug in things to it. So the way Neverwinter Nights worked, you could call, so like you have an object like a table in the game, right? And the table had fields you could enter that were just labels like the name of it, a tag. So rather than writing a whole new script to deal with 10 different tables that did 10 different things, what I could do was I could look up, say, the tag of the table, and I could go to I could look for certain string elements or variables within the name of the thing or something like that, and I could chip them out. So I could make it table 1 could mean this, table 2 meant something else. So the script didn't have to change. The script could be the same, and I could actually code stuff into the variable fields that it had. Like, and there was a lot of variable fields besides just the name and the tag. So there's like all these little variable fields I could plug in. And so I could have one script that would do 40 different things. Oh, I loved that. Like, I love creating those complicated, like, in a way they're complicated, but then instead of having to edit a whole bunch of scripts, it's one script and you just enter fields. Oh man, I love that. I mean, that's,
yeah, it's one of those things where it's more complicated at the front end but easier you know, moving forward.
Exactly. And I love figuring out, like, I remember this one time I had to create this code where the game is on a 24-hour clock, and I wanted to be able to have it so that with a widget you could change the time, but the game doesn't allow you to go backwards in time. So let's say you wanted to sleep, right? And I wanted to create a widget that you could advance the time, like you could rest, right? So if you're resting for 8 hours, it's actually easy to go from like midnight to 8 a.m. because you literally just +8 and it would bring you to the right time. Well, what if you're at hour 22? +8 would put you at 30 some odd hours, like if you're just using raw numbers. So I had to come up with like all these, I don't remember what I had to do, but it was like this, it wasn't as simple as it probably sounds already. This complicated algebra to get the final string that you had to plug into the time coordinator to set the time without crashing the game. And it was like, I figured it out while sleeping one night. I dreamed it, and I woke up in the morning. I'm like, and I just, I was so proud of that code. And I didn't see, I don't know if I was the first one to come up with it, but I was very proud of that fucking code. There was another time where I wanted to create, I guess I'm all on a Neverwinter Nights kick all of a sudden. I wanted to create a dragon riding system. I wanted you to be able to like do Dragon Riders of Pern or Dragonlance. And there's literally no way to do it because nobody made a model that looked like you're riding on a dragon, nothing like that. So I'm like, well, how the hell could I fucking fake this? And of course, this is early 2000s video gaming, so I figured it doesn't have to be perfect looking. It's just got to give you a little bit of the illusion of it.
Yeah.
So what I ended up doing was in a recent patch, not now recent, but at the time recent, they included baby dragons, like wyverns, like baby dragons that you could have as pets, like, you know, summon them and have them attack you. And they were like little small little dudes, right?
Did you up the scale size on them and link the models?
No, because I couldn't. There was no way to change the scale. Like, that's the fucked up thing. So the game had no scale function at the time. So what I did was I turned you invisible, or I changed your appearance to the baby dragon, and then I took what were little like little ferns and shit, and I created a map that looked like a miniature map, and I had this miniature dragon flying around on it. So to do this, it was like this whole big operation. I had to change your speed so you moved slower, so it was more believable. I had to make it so that you couldn't fly through things. Dude, it was such a, and it actually became on Neverwinter Vault. It actually became something that people downloaded a bunch of times, and they tried to figure out how to. It was actually pretty cool. I was pretty proud of that one too. And one of the things that was a bitch was I wanted to make it so that your dragon had stats and you had stats, and I had to figure out how to do that. So what I ended up doing, so you turned into the dragon physically, but then there was a bot that was invisible that followed you around that had the dragon stats. So then I had to transfer all attacks that happened to you to the bot, and I mean, oh my goodness, all the little workarounds I had to do that, you know, I wish were just functions in the thing. I had to make all these workarounds to make it work. So I had it so that the player character, when they attacked, was one thing. Then the bot would have to attack, and oh man, because the dragon would hit harder than, you know. I figured like, okay, like if you're on the back of a dragon, the dragon's going to be doing a lot more than you. The dragon's the one that's got the bites and the claws. You're just a dude with a little sword going, maybe not even like getting a chance to take a swing because you're like way back
here. Fly me closer. I want to hit him with my sword.
Like that, you know. So I had to come up with all this shit. I loved it, man. It was fun. I don't think I could do it. And it doesn't work like it used to. Like I tried to make a game that one time you saw, and it was okay, but there was something missing doing it that way. I think, even though it looked cool, it was something missing. But
do you guys see what I'm saying, though? When somebody's enthusiastic about something, doesn't matter what the fuck it is. It could be about trigonometry. I want to hear it. That's fucking...
And then my balls had 42 hairs growing out of them. Oh, Neverwinter Nights. God. I miss that game so much. I wish they would make a better one. But, all right, guys. I'm done. So thank you guys so much. I'm not even going to do a sales pitch tonight. If you want to support me, just go in the links in the description. Like, share, and subscribe. And I will check you guys soon. I don't know if I'm going to do an impromptu stream this week. I might do one Saturday. I might not. I might just skip it. But I'm loving the midday streams. I noticed the numbers are way bigger and support's really big. You guys seem to like my take on current events, so I'm going to do more of that. Format of the channel is not going to change, but I'm going to add more to it. So, Fleshy, anything you want to tell them before we go?
Let this be obvious that DH is a man who pursues the carrot and is not prodded along by the stick.
I am the stick.
He does. Well, reserve those thoughts for right now. He is pursued to do the live streams by whatever he is passionate about and not because he feels the need to. I'm talking about the day streams, of course. So let's give some interesting events or something.
Yeah, let's do some magic and have like maybe an invasion of like Prussia or something. Let's get something good happening. And they're not just pure politics, guys. My weekday streams, they may start that way, especially if I'm pissed off at the world. But No, they're less silly than a fleshy stream though. I'm way more serious during them. So, all right.
Oh, everybody, fucking thank you for being here, you bastards, bitches, and non-binary witches. We love you all. Mind the motherfucking shadows.
Damn right. And never take yourself more seriously than your enemies do. Whenever I'm fucking feeling low and down and I'm fucking up and I'm not really enjoying my job, that's what I'm doing. Never take yourself more seriously than your enemies do. And if you're acting noble, they can't touch you. If you do the best you can, they can't fucking touch you. So have a good one, guys.
Peace.